welcome to the Monday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Monday morning. Hey, Chiro Ray. We've got quite the amount of dabs going on here. So I think we need to do. Did you redeem all of them? Yeah, I think you did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think that's it. I think you redeemed all 10. So today is a very special. Today's a very special version of today's stream, as I have the co-host with me today. They are currently in process of getting some breakfast, so we will hang out here for a second, and I will make sure that when they get back, we can do 5 dabs each. I think that would be fair. I think it would be fair if we did 5 dabs each. And in the meantime, maybe we get to see one of the kitty cats. If we stay long enough, looking at the camera. Oops. Okay, cool. So we just gotta make sure everything's good. 5 dabs each means no arm symmetry. Well, what if we do this? What if I do 5 dabs on my right hand, and she does 5 dabs on her left hand? Is that like symmetry enough? That's just the worst. I mean, it works though. It's symmetry. It is completing the dabs. Hey Hambless, how's it going? It is completing the dabs, and it is completing symmetry. Howdy. Yeah, it's ADT +1. We got the co-host today with us, hanging out in a very special version of today's show. So we're having a discussion here. Cheeto and Ray redeemed 10 dabs, so we're trying to figure out if I should do 5 dabs and you should do 5, or if hold on, let me see. Or if I should do, or if we should do 5 dabs, 1 on each side. Hey, how's it going, Memius? Maybe you could do 5 on 1. You'll become like one of those arm wrestlers with 1 super ripped arm and 1 skinny arm. No, but that no, that can't happen off 1 exercise, Cheeto Ray. Can you hear me okay? I like Dan's dabs better. Whoa. Now hold on here. Nobody does dabs quite like I do, okay? So don't be telling me this Dan Simpson's dabs are better. You hear me okay? Dan dabs with a blowtorch, that's another kind of dab. Oh, there's Bailey. Somebody redeemed 2 dabs so they can do 3 dabs left and 3 dabs right. There's a limit to these dabs, because if not, we're gonna sit here and do dabs all stream. Because I know you guys. Okay, so I think we got a mute. I thought the limit was 10 per person. No. Okay. Howdy, howdy, howdy. No, it's 10. It's a limit of 10 for everybody. It's not 10 dabs to one person. Okay, so we're having some audio issues where it seems like the co-host can't hear me. But okay, input, output, yeah, I don't know. Seems like, hold on. Yeah, ain't no way. Can you imagine if we had 10 dabs per person? We would be dabbing all stream. Okay. In that case, can I say that 2 of my dab redemptions are null and void? Oh man. Okay, so I rejoined the call. Can you hear me? I mean, we could refund your 2 dabs. Can you hear me? No, still nothing. Still nothing? I guess not. Alright, so... Okay. Can you hear me now? No, I guess not. Oh, in that case, can I say 2 of my dabs? 8 dabs each. The host does 2 dabs left and 2 dabs right. Okay. Oh, hold on, folks. As per usual, we got a little bit of technical difficulties. Hold on. Okay, so it seems like the co-host can't hear me at all. Join the call. I should be... Yeah, my audio settings say the Scarlett little thingy. My output device. My output device should be that. Hello, can you hear me? Nope, I guess not. Because there's nothing here that's muted. I don't know. Here, maybe try closing Discord. Hold on, we're trying to figure this out, folks. Yeah, I don't know what to do either, so let's just close Discord completely. I'm going to quit Discord. Where is it? Is this Discord? Quit Discord. Now we're gonna bring it. Now we're gonna bring it back up. And then we'll get these dabs settled. Okay? As soon as we get to figure out what the heck is going on, we'll be able to figure it out. Okay. Wait, did it just automatically join me in this call? This is so frustrating. Can you hear me? Host says 2 dabs each, 2 dabs right. Okay. Nope. Oh my goodness. Close window. I guess we're gonna have to close it. Quit Discord. It's quit. Alright. I'm bringing Discord back up. Okay. We'll figure it out, folks. In the meantime, we got a couple. How about this? How about 8 dabs each host does 2. So okay, I see what you're talking about. So how about this? In the meantime, I'll take care of that. Reward queue. I'll reject 2 of them. Okay. I'll do my 2. So I got 1. I got 2. Now we switch sides. 1, 2. And then when the co-host comes back, and they will do 2 dabs on each side, thus completing the ultimate symmetry. Okay? Thus completing the ultimate symmetry. I'm gonna quit Discord. Dabtastic. I'm gonna quit Discord and try again. I mean, I don't know. We're gonna have to like figure out what we're gonna do. You seen this one? Send it to me in DMs. Alright, let me boot up Discord one more time. Join call.
Oh,
Do we have it?
now I hear you.
Alright, folks, we did it. We did it. Hold on. We did it.
I think it was something weird with my computer. Like it was doing some updates, a few miscellaneous updates, and
Of course.
I
God
didn't
dang
know
it.
I didn't know it because, they were doing it in the background.
Yeah.
It was nothing I was doing, so I was convinced it was all your fault as usual.
Of course.
But
But okay, so first
and savor this moment because you might never hear it again. It wasn't your fault.
clip and ship, fam. Alright, so first of all, howdy. I'm glad we can hear you now.
Yes, I am here.
Second of all, so we've been going back and forth on how to do these redemptions of dabs. So the chat has requested that I had to do 2 dabs, 1 on each right, 2 on the right hand, 2 on the left hand, and now you have to do 2 dabs to keep symmetry, 2 on the right and 2 on the left. That's what was requested. So I did my dabs, and now it's your turn now that you can hear what's going on.
Wait, what am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to do 2 dabs on each hand. That's it. That's the channel point redemptions. 2 dabs on each hand.
I don't know, Bailey. What do you think?
The dab lords are wild today. Are wild too early.
So.
Yes, that's one.
And then this way.
That's another one. And then repeat that process. That's one. And then, yep, 2 on each side. And we have perfect symmetry, so that Cheeto and Ray is happy that we have perfect symmetry where 2 are completed on each side by each person. Bailey! Bailey! Do you all see that?
That little ninja! Yeah.
Bailey!
Oh, somebody got that.
Oh, trust me. We can always go back and view it. And clip that. Top of the morning, how's everybody doing on this fabulous Memorial Day? We're hanging out. Today's a very special version, usually because of, Bree's work schedule. Usually it's just myself doing the news and politics, but this time, for today, we got a very special version where she can actually join us thanks to us both being on holiday, which I would like to point out as I was talking about this in the Saturday Catterday stream. I was like molding for a week and a half, or about a week, thinking.
Don't say that word 20 times when you tell the story again.
Yes, and I unironically, I even tweeted about this. I unironically thought that I was working today, and I was like, I was big mad. And I was big mad, thinking that I was working today, that it was scheduled. I was looking at my workforce schedule, and it kept saying that everything was fine. You come in at 11:30, you have your break at the same time, the lunch at the same time, and you clock out at the same time. I was like, oh wow, I can't believe this. I'm actually working on Memorial Day. I just don't believe this. And on Friday, I just was talking to one of my coworkers, and they were like, yeah, I'm going to the beach on Monday. I'm like, the what? He's like, yeah, I'm going to the beach on Monday. I'm like, well, first of all, why? And second of all, wait, don't we work? He's like, well, I don't know. I mean, you're free to come into the office, but nobody else is going to be logged into the phones. And I'm like, what? It says on my schedule that that I'm here. He's like, no, it's a company holiday. I'm like, but that's not okay. Fine. I went to my
Maybe it's a payroll thing.
Yeah, I think so, because like the way our team works, it's not centralized, there's another section handling scheduling. So it's not really like communicating with each other, which is like really weird. Why would you do that? Especially for such a small team. I'm pretty sure like the supervisor or manager can handle like less than 10 people. You know, why would we need to do an entire other section to do scheduling? But that's neither here nor there. So I spoke to my supervisor. I'm like, hey, you know what? It says that like my it says that I'm working. And he was like, that's weird. It's not supposed to do that. I guess they'll fix it the day after. I'm like, what do you mean they fix it the day after? I've been thinking this entire time that I've been working. This entire time that I will be working on Memorial Day. He's like, no, dude. That's not... What? No, that's a company holiday. I'm like, how am I supposed to know if it says I'm working? He's like, I don't know. Maybe they'll fix it the day after if they make a mistake. I'm like, what? What do you mean? He's like, yeah. They'll give you your paid time off the day after if there's a mistake. I'm like, oh, but that's not... Okay. Sure. Sure.
Good job, Carlos.
Yeah, well, to be fair...
Good job.
To be fair, it would be nice if, to be fair, it would be nice if we had communications between departments. Because sometimes it shows one thing when it's not true. Usually it'll tell you if it's a holiday, but not this. Not this time.
Loving the tea this morning.
Oh, speaking of tea, I got to get my coffee. So in honor in honor of I think that this is okay. We've got a couple.
Stroking out over there, Carlos?
No, I'm trying to keep up with a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, I'm trying to keep up with a whole bunch of stuff. So today's
you got too many browser tabs open.
Yeah, I do because well, we got to do the news. Let me start bringing all of that up.
I meant in your mind, not on your computer.
Well, that is what's on my mind. Is because I'm keeping track of all of the stuffs. All right, hold on, folks. Let me grab my coffee and we'll start the news officially. That's not that bad. It's 9:30. We usually chit chat for about half an hour, anyways. So we're doing good. Hold on, folks.
Okay,
and
quick. While Carlos
we even got a
listening.
sneak peek at the cats.
All right. So now you're stuck with me and only me. Oh, damn, that didn't last long. He's back already. I guess you guys won't get to tell me all the things. Hey, buddy.
Howdy. My shaman would celebrate this day of remembrance of the fallen. But they're all locked up right now. Metropolis, how's it going? People happy. Yes, Bailey.
Mephistopheles, you mean?
Metropolis, yeah. Sorry if this is off topic, but we should take a moment to remember that today is the 100-year anniversary of the Tulsa Massacre. Unfortunately, how many of you guys were really taught about that? Because like, it was a horrifying event that did happen, and our school didn't really teach much. I don't remember addressing this topic. I don't remember addressing this topic, but let me see here.
I am Bailey. Can you stop yeeting things with your tail? I don't think it was something that was talked about in school.
Yeah,
for me.
no, I don't remember it either.
But I remember a certain teacher that I guess cared a little bit more and didn't, I don't know the right way to put that, but
Yeah.
she would tell us about stuff that wasn't always necessarily in the book.
Right, and it's like I'm just doing like a quick like Wikipedia search, because like I know it was a horrible like event, and I'm just taking like a quick brief like history, like from just a TLDR of what happened, and Jesus, it was today,
Yeah, it
100 years
was
ago.
insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think it was 2 days.
Yes, it was 2 days. That's right, and it was pretty horrifying. There's mobs of yeah, it lasted into the first. Yep, it was mobs of white residents, many of them deputized and given weapons, even by the city officials, attacked black residents and businesses in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was one of the worst incidents of racial violence in American history. The attack carried out on the ground and from private aircraft destroyed more than 35 square blocks of the district. Holy moly.
All of this, I think, was started over a young black man who supposedly attacked a young white woman.
Yes.
And people flipped their shit. And I mean, wow.
Yes, this is actually a, I think this is word for word what happened. That there was this dude who was going to be lynched allegedly for that action, I think, that you were talking about. And when that didn't happen because 70 like about 75 black men, who some of whom were armed, made sure that that guy didn't get lynched, and then all of a sudden, he didn't attack her. He said hello to her in an elevator. Jesus Christ, that was the incident that started this. There was some dude who said hello to her, and then she claimed he attacked her. Oh, okay. So yes, okay. So now,
I wasn't 100% sure.
No, but you got it.
remembered.
Yeah, you got it, because that's what she said. She said she was attacked. Yikes.
That's insane.
As many as 6,000 black residents were interned in large facilities. 800 people were admitted to hospitals. 800 people. Oh, wait, no. I did read about this. This was done in what was known at the time Black Wall Street. Okay, so I conflating, like, I thought that these were two separate incidents, but no. The Tulsa race massacre, the Tulsa massacre, was on Black Wall Street. Okay, now it's all coming together. I thought that these were separate incidents. Okay. Whew. And a 2001 state commission examination of the events were able to confirm 39 dead, 26 black and 13 white, based on contemporary autopsy reports, death certificates, and other records. The commission gave a several estimate. The commission gave several estimates, ranging from anywhere from 75 to 300 dead. Jesus. The massacre began during the Memorial Day weekend after 19-year-old Nick Rowland, a black shoeshiner, was accused of assaulting Sarah Page, the 17-year-old. Yep, that's exactly what you were talking about, and what chat was saying. Yep, because it was a wealthy African American neighborhood. Gotcha. Jeez. Yeah, yikes. I didn't know that these were two separate incidents. I always heard about, like, when they did, when the incident happened at Black Wall Street, I thought that was a completely separate thing. But no, it's actually this. Yikes. Yikes.
Disturbing.
Yeah. Okay, so we got quite a few headlines lined up. Same incident, gotcha. We got a few headlines lined up, so let me go ahead and start moving here. Someone posted this on the Discord, and I think that this is interesting. This is a video from Vice uncovering a secret FBI spy plane program. Not that this is surprising that the government has used this type of surveillance before. Not that this should surprise anybody, but still, I think it's always important to point out that, you know, they shouldn't have this amount of power. Why do they need like spy planes on civilian populations? Let's see.
Small surveillance planes were spotted over West Baltimore after the riots. ACLU is now demanding answers.
There was this Cessna flying around.
Yeah, it's just like a little Cessna too.
But the plane wasn't registered to the FBI. It was registered to just some little company. And I thought, oh, that's pretty interesting. And so I started looking at the data they had on who it was registered to, who's the owner. I mean, right away I was like, this is kind of weird. They're all named like 3 letters and then like leasing or aviation. Like, these seem like they're front companies. I felt kind of paranoid. So I was like, am I the only person that knows about this? This is so weird. Like, there's a lot of planes doing this. And they're flying over, like, my neighborhood. And I would find, you know, like, people online talking about it. Like, oh, that Cessna that's been flying around our city in circles. And also, like, you know, people on YouTube, like, mentally ill people who are like, the government is spying on me. There's this plane that keeps flying around. And eventually I was like, well, you are half right. Like, it's a secret government surveillance spy plane. They're probably not looking at you.
Yeah, and to be fair, we've gone over, in fact, in one of the Saturday Candidate streams, we've gone over an article like detailing how like they use what looks like just a regular plane but has like military like grade surveillance tech inside it. They were allegedly monitoring protests, but then like the pictures that they were taking were just like of random people in their backyards. Like, what? Okay.
Yep, protests.
Right.
I'm John Wiseman. I live in Los Angeles, California, and I'm interested in technology. I'm a nerd. I
Bailey.
program computers. Plane tracking was something that I've been interested in for 15 years or more. And I remember kind of the day that it really started. It was soon after I moved to Los Angeles, and I was living in this neighborhood where there were a lot of helicopters. And one day I was in an apartment and I had to, go to the laundry room, and there's this police helicopter overhead. And suddenly, like, the spotlight came down, like, shining right on me. Like, I'm just holding my basket, looking up into this, like, beam of light coming from the sky. And I was like, wow. It just struck me. And then I started thinking more about, like, these helicopters that are always up there, and I always hear them, and what are they doing? And I started thinking of them like birds. Like, where do the birds migrate to and from, and where do they nest? So it was just something that was on my mind for many years until finally I started hearing about these like virtual radar systems. Like, oh, someone built a radio that can pick up the transponder pings from aircraft. And then there was a point where someone figured out how to take this like, $20 USB dongle, which is meant for picking up digital TV, and use it to decode the same transponder pings. I immediately got one of those, and I can receive transponder pings approximately 100-mile range. And those pings often contain the aircraft ID, so you can kind of uniquely identify which aircraft it is, and then look up using public info, like who is it registered to. It often contains information about like speed and location, so you can plot it on a map. A lot of aircraft are going somewhere. They're going from A to B. But the ones that are circling, they're doing something different. And it can be like police or news, firefighting, or FBI surveillance. About 7 years ago, there were protests in Baltimore about Freddie Gray. I saw an article where they were talking about, there was this Cessna flying around circling the protests. And someone, thought it was an FBI surveillance plane. But the plane wasn't registered to the FBI, it was registered to just some little company. And I thought, oh, that's pretty interesting. And I started researching it, and people online were sort of talking about this phenomenon, like FBI just using these little Cessnas for surveillance. And then I saw someone mention like, oh, it's weird, but they all broadcast like the same squawk code, 4414 or 4415. And so I started looking at the data they had, and there were these companies that, I mean, right away I was like, this is kind of weird. They're all named like 3 letters and then like leasing or aviation. I was like, that's kind of a weird pattern. And then, you know, at that time, I think I got it up to like maybe 100 planes and like 20 different companies.
That's so
which
weird.
I was already, you know, at this point, I was like, these seem like they're front companies. I thought maybe it's the CIA. I don't know. But then I found they accidentally used the same PO box as the Department of Justice. So that was like a real concrete link in my mind. I felt kind of
What?
paranoid.
Jesus.
So I was like, am I the only person that knows about this? This is so weird. Like, there's a lot of planes doing this. And they're flying over, like, my neighborhood. And I would find people online talking about it. About, like, oh, that Cessna that's been flying around our city in circles. And also, like, people on YouTube, like, mentally ill people who are like, the government is spying on me. There's this plane that keeps flying around. And eventually I was like, well, you are half right. Like, it's a secret government surveillance spy plane. They're probably not looking at you.
Well, they're looking at everybody.
But then what completely sealed it was, I mean, this was after a month of my, you know, doing this research and finding these links. The Associated Press published an article saying that the FBI admitted that original plane in Baltimore was them, at which point I thought, that's it. That's like the linchpin now that the rest of my network has a solid connection to reality. So that was a very vindicating moment. At this point, people have gotten hold of the videos that they actually shoot from those planes, so you can see exactly what they're looking at. There's like 120 planes at least that I knew of that were doing this like every day over the United States. I mean, they're just part of their everyday investigation of, you know, like drug dealers and other criminals. They're just doing surveillance on those people. I don't even know if most people know that's happening. Like all the time. One part of this project I like is taking the same or similar sorts of technologies or surveillance techniques that the government uses on its citizens, and like finding out that an individual can do it and turn it around and aim it at the government. There's probably a lot more of that sort of like turning around those tools and aiming them at authorities that could probably be done.
I mean, that's really, really creepy. There was other of these type of surveillance planes that we went over. In some of these other protests in 2020. Yeah, it's not completely unsurprising. I mean, sure, I don't know like the sources of this guy's like story, but it would make sense that and it's not the first time that we've seen this kind of behavior from the government. The Bell Company also started recording and storing all phone calls since the mid 80s. Not surprised. I mean, like the beginning of this was the beginning of this was Edward Snowden kind of like blowing the whistle on just how deep like the surveillance state is. The NSA also does that on their own. There's NSA and the NSA headquarters just across the bay from my cellular, from me, cellular interception site 3 miles away from my house. Jeez. So I found this very interesting.
I agree, that was very interesting.
Yeah.
Put Bailey to sleep, though.
Bailey. Come on, Bailey.
Right, Bailey? Say, I don't like that new stuff.
I don't like that new stuff. Hey, Memmius, how's it going? I don't know if I said hello.
He is just adorable today. He was so happy that I didn't go to work this morning.
I'm glad I don't talk on the phone so much. True. That's okay. There's no running away from it. They'll read your messages or online activity. It's okay. Listen,
Yep,
if the government really wanted to, they could find out anything about you. If they really wanted to. if you were a quote unquote person of interest. I live in Maryland, which is where NSA main headquarters is. Interesting. I think
I just can't.
yeah, I mean, all you can do is just like bring awareness to this stuff and be like, hey, you know, I don't know if this is okay. You know?
No, I know it's not okay.
Yeah, like, what exactly is the purpose of having like military grade surveillance on protests? Like, unless like, and this is the same type of technology being used on like drug cartels, like organized crime, you know? Why? Like, okay, dudes. And furthermore, sometimes it's not even used on protest. Sometimes it's just literally photographing people in their backyard. Like, I don't understand. Alright, so we got this article. I think that this article needs to be brought to the forefront because of the government views protesters as criminals and enemies of the state. I mean, to a degree, yeah. I've been a person of interest for some time. They finally come to get me. I'm gonna light a cigar and say, what took you so long? NSA has been asked to provide at least one example of them stopping a terrorist attack. They've yet to produce one example. What, using like that technology?
Yeah, that's insane.
Alright. Johnson & Johnson asked the High Court to void a $2 billion talc verdict. I think that this comes off like the case of like Purdue Pharma, where Purdue Pharma had to fork over like $7 billion and for effectively perpetuating the opioid crisis. Now we've got Johnson & Johnson trying to avoid consequences, or no, like I'm 100% sure they knew that their product was causing harm, and the court ruled against them, and now they're trying to escape consequences. So let's take a look here. Yeah, don't get me started on Big Pharma. Yeah, we'll talk about this here. Johnson & Johnson asked High Court to avoid $2 billion talc verdict. Johnson & Johnson is asking the Supreme Court to review a $2 billion verdict in favor of women who claim they developed ovarian cancer from using the company's talc products. Yikes. The case featured an
Sorry.
What?
No, go for it. That's crazy.
Yeah. The case featured an array of high-profile attorneys, some in unusual alliances, including former independent counsel Kenneth Starr, who is representing the women who sued Johnson & Johnson. The nation's largest business groups are backing the company, and a justice's father also makes an appearance because of his long association with trade group for cosmetics and personal care products. The court could say as soon as Tuesday whether it will get involved.
At the root, Johnson & Johnson argues that the company didn't get a fair shake in a trial in state court in Missouri that resulted in an initial $4.7 billion verdict in favor of 22 women who used talc products and developed ovarian cancer. A state appeals court cut more than half the money out of the verdict and eliminated 2 of the plaintiffs, but otherwise upheld the outcome in a trial in which lawyers for both sides presented dueling expert testimony about whether the company's talc products contain asbestos, and asbestos-laced talc can cause ovarian cancer. Jeez. The jury found for the woman on both Oh my lord, I can't speak today. The jury found for the women on both points, after which Judge Rex M. Burleson wrote that evidence at the trial showed particularly reprehensible conduct on the part of the defendants. The evidence, Burleson wrote, included that the company knew there was asbestos in products aimed at mothers and babies, knew of the potential harm, and misrepresented the safety of these products for decades.
Yeah. So, they knew. which is why I'm not. Wait, we're supposed to trust a vaccine that's 100% effective? Wait, when 100% safe? Wait, hold on. Now, let me stop you right there, because these are completely separate. These are completely separate incidences, right? It is true that it doesn't help the public trust of this company. However, these are two completely separate things. Taking a vaccine, which has already been tried and true, is not the same thing as what we're talking about, okay? Yeah, J&J knew that talc was causing ovarian cancer for decades. Yeah, so this is a completely different thing. Second of all, do not conflate one of the 3 or 4 companies that are creating these vaccines either, right? So there are Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer, AstraZeneca are the main ones. So yeah, if you have some weird skepticism about the J&J vaccine, just there's other choices, first of all. And second of all, this has absolutely nothing to do with the other vaccine. Third of all, you people are hilarious. Third of all, the J&J vaccine is not mRNA. Did you know that, or are you just spouting nonsense? The J&J vaccine is not mRNA. So I think that you are just conflating a whole bunch of things and putting a whole... You're creating a story out of bits and pieces that don't belong together necessarily. So yeah, if you don't like the J&J, there are other vaccine alternatives. And the J&J is not mRNA. Oh, that rhymed. But then the J&J is not an mRNA vaccine, so yeah. Has nothing to do with nothing. These idiots couldn't figure out that talc was bad. They did know, that was the problem. So you're just wrong on that account too. One of my medical costs $1,600 a month. One of my medicines costs $1,600 a month and it's not covered by insurance, so I just can't afford to get it. Yikes. Yikes. Mental gymnastics. Okay. I'll show you some... Are you ready? You ready for some amazing mental gymnastics? Are you ready? Evidence is overwhelming. No... Yeah, like... Okay. Anyways. 9 of the women have died from ovarian cancer. Lawyers for the plaintiffs said, yikes. Johnson & Johnson denies that its talc products cause cancer and calls the verdict in the Missouri trial at odds with decades of independent scientific evaluations confirming Johnson's baby powder is safe, is not contaminated by asbestos, and does not cause cancer. The company is also the maker of one of the 3 COVID vaccines. Okay, so here's the problem with the media. Conflate. Why would they even mix these two together? Okay, so we can say that J&J was unethical in this regard. We can say J&J was unethical according to the law. They were found guilty of messing around with one of their products. This does not mean that they did the same thing for the COVID vaccine, or that even the same department within J&J developed this vaccine, or anything to do with that, right? Like, J&J is a huge company. Why would you think that any of this is connected, other than they're in the same company? And of course,
what cracks me up about it the most is it almost looks like somebody told them they had to have that sentence in there, so they just stuck it on the end of one of the paragraphs.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you, because you've had experience, you know, writing articles and doing like media production, I'm sure like you can kind of like pick these out, because like, why would you add that there? Like, what does this have to do with anything?
It's random. It has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, like, just report what happened, okay? And what happened here is there was a product, their talc was a product that was messed up according to the rule of law, according to the court of law, they found that this company was indeed guilty of messing and causing harm to women. That's it. That's all we need to take from this, okay? It's not that we need to veer off into some wild, like, unrelated stuff. Like, oh, well, then that means, like, it's speaking of mental gymnastics. Like, what kind of, like, non sequitur are we talking about when we're talking specifically about a talc product, and then make that leap, and then make the leap to, like, the J&J vaccine, which has absolutely nothing to do with anything. Hey, Lasu, how's it going? How's it going, everybody? Wing, just walked around my downtown. I feel so humiliated. Many homeless people. I should have brought more apples. Were you trying to, like, help bring care packages to homeless people? Can everybody go to twitch.tv/LostSue? No, I was trying to see my downtown. Yikes. I mean, I will say this. Because I live in a city, in a major, well, one of the major cities. I will say this. I have seen an uptick in like homeless people, and it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. There's more people, and that just tells me, or it gives me an indication that, like, we're not doing so hot, you know? We're not doing so hot. That's right.
I just can't.
Yeah.
My friend Kai and his girlfriend help feed the homeless where they live, and they do a lot. It's pretty amazing, you know, bake big trays of lasagna or whatever else they're gonna do and take it down there. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, we've done pre-COVID. Pre-COVID, we did a like a care package drop where it was, I think it was me, Walt, and two others. I remember one of them being one of our friends, and we put together a bunch of, like, stuff, socks, food, basic care, like, necessities, and we bagged each one into their own separate care packages, and we made as many as we could as many as we could afford at the time. And we just hit, like, city. We just hit the downtown city area and just started distributing a bunch, all of them that we could. But yeah, that was pre-COVID. Did you hear about the new state laws? No. What state laws? But that's true. Mr. Files, that's true. There are there's some laws. It's actually illegal for you to it's actually illegal for you to feed the homeless, which is wild to me. This is wild to me.
I think Atlanta's one of the cities.
Atlanta? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. No. We're 100%, Mr. Files. There are laws that are against feeding the homeless, which is, like, it's under the pretext of like public health. But you know what else is, like, a problem with public health? Starving. Like what?
Oh, shit.
Like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, why is that even a thing? I don't know. All right. Health concerns about the talcum powders have prompted thousands of lawsuits by women who claim asbestos in the powder caused their cancer. Talc is a mineral similar in structure to asbestos, which is known to cause cancer, and they are sometimes obtained from the same mines. The cosmetics industry in 1976 agreed to make sure its talc products do not contain detectable amounts of asbestos.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading about the not feeding homeless people thing. Let's see. Health concerns about talcum powders have prompted thousands of U.S. lawsuits by women who claim asbestos in the powder caused their cancer. Talc is a mineral similar... Wow. Yeah, you already read that one, sorry.
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
Last year, a U.S. government-led analysis of 250,000 women found no strong evidence linking baby powder with ovarian cancer in the largest analysis to look at the question, though the study's lead author called the results very ambiguous.
The findings were called overall reassuring in an editorial published with the study in January 2020. Wait. Hold on. It just said that the results, unless this is another study, the results were very ambiguous, and then here the findings were called overall reassuring in an editorial published with the study in January of 2020 in the Journal of American Medical Association. The study wasn't definitive, but more conclusive research probably isn't feasible because a dwindling number of women use powder for personal hygiene. Oh, okay. I see. So they claimed that it was overall assuring that there was no link or anything like that to ovarian. Okay, gotcha. A few months later, the company announced it would stop selling its iconic talc-based Johnson's Baby Powder in the US and Canada, citing it declined demand driven by what is called misinformation about health concerns. Okie dokie. Sure.
Wow.
Whatever you need to tell yourself to make yourself feel better, Johnson & Johnson. Sure. All right.
The disputed link between cancer and talc is not really a part of the high court case. Instead, the company said it should have not been forced to defend itself in one trial against claims by women from 12 states, differing backgrounds, and with varying histories of using Johnson & Johnson's products containing talc. The $1.6 billion in punitive damages is also out of line and should be reduced. The company also argued in a brief that was written by Neil Katyal, a Washington lawyer who aligns with progressive causes and also represents corporate clients. Katyal, who was the acting top Supreme Court lawyer for a time in the Obama administration, declined an on-the-record interview.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I kind of feel like when companies do this, and this is like, there's a lot of like, how should I say this? Modus operandi. When a large company makes a huge F up like this, they're always staunchly denying everything, and decades later we find out that it was a lie. I mean, this has been like a thing that happens constantly. We saw it with DuPont when I think we even went over that, the microplastics, where they lied about that too. DuPont lied about the damages it was doing. What was that other company? Purdue Pharma lied about what it was doing. ExxonMobil lied about the impact. It lied about the climate impact that its product was having, the oil and gas industry was having on the climate. They lied about that. They had studies going back to the 80s. They knew. And I mean, why is it like so surprising that a company such as J&J would lie about their product too to protect themselves? I mean, it's not necessarily out of the realm of these of these large companies. I'm heading out on the bike. Have a good stream later. Pog chat. Poggers, thank you for stopping by, Chai Bureaucrat. I appreciate that. What? Companies lying? Surprise Pikachu face? That's right. Like, it turns out that mega corporations would do this to protect their, to protect their image, which is like, hey, you know what would be the catch-all to kind of eliminate this problem from the beginning? How about you don't lie? How about that? How about you don't lie about your products and just own it and fix it? I mean,
asking for Too much, Carlos.
Wouldn't that even be better in terms of like if you're trying to like do your company image? Wouldn't it be better for your company image to address the problem? First of all, acknowledge the problem, address the problem, and say, "Hey, look, we took care of it. Here's the receipts of how we took care of it." That would be monumentally better for your quote unquote public image than you just trying to like astroturf like misinformation or like things like this. It's just like, why lie? Why go through all the trouble? Because like at the end of the day, that is costing $1.6 billion to you. I don't know.
I mean, it's costing the money. It's killing people.
Yeah.
Can't put a price on that. Oh, no.
They don't have an honest bone in them. Yeah, somebody making these decisions definitely doesn't. Link permission, send it in DMs. By the way, go check out twitch.tv/AlioShare. Don't forget twitch.tv/AlioShare. Make sure you give them a follow. Alright, where were we, folks? The U.S. Chamber of Commerce and Trade Associations for Manufacturers, Insurers, and Pharmaceutical Industry are among the business organizers backing the Johnson & Johnson appeal. Tiger Joyce, president of the American Tort Reform Association, pointed to how long it took the trial judge to read the jury's instructions as an indication of how unfair the trial was to Johnson & Johnson.
Oh no, I'm stuck in Photoshop. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce and Trade Associations for Manufacturers, Insurers, and the Pharmaceutical Industry are among the business organizations backing Johnson & Johnson's appeal. Tiger Joyce, president of the American Tort Reform Association, pointed to how long it took the trial judge to read the jury its instructions as an indication of how unfair the trial was to Johnson & Johnson. When a defendant is facing a case where it takes over 5 hours for the judge to read the jury instructions to the jury, you just have to ask yourself, what are we doing here? Said Joyce, whose group generally backs limits on liability lawsuits. Starr said in an interview with the Associated Press that none of Johnson & Johnson's legal arguments is worth the court's time, as the jury found, and as every judge to review the 6-week trial record has concluded, Johnson & Johnson's conduct was Johnson & Johnson's conduct over decades was reprehensible, Starr said.
I mean, like,
are all sawdusty, and the light, I can't really see.
Oof. What else? I mean, like, there's decades of stuff backing this. It's not like this is a just like a out of character occurrence, right? I mean, clearly there was some knowledge of what your product was doing, and you just chose to not address it. Aw, hey Bailey. Thought I may like that news as the next topic. We're gonna check that out actually. I wouldn't be surprised, Mestophile. ADT sitting in a Johnson & Johnson board meeting. How about we just don't lie to a room full of execs with a perplexed look, wondering what planet he's from? Yeah, I mean, like, hey, here's like an amazing, like, radical idea. Just don't lie. I mean, just don't lie. There you go. How about that? How about that? How about if you know and you've done research that your products are messing up the planet or messing with people's health? How about you fix that? How about you figure that out, fix that, and continue, like, because, like, what is, I don't know. There's this, it's kind of hard to be charitable, you know? It's kind of hard to be charitable when you knew the consequences of your product. So, I don't know, man. There's nothing more infuriating than when, you know, when you lie to this degree and get people hurt, you know? And get people hurt and killed. Yes, we're gonna check this out. This is very interesting. In addition to Starr, other members of Women's legal team are former Attorney General John Ashcroft and Washington lawyers David Frederick and Tom Goldstein, frequent advocates before the Supreme Court. Justice Brett Kavanaugh worked for Starr when he investigated the affair between President Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, which led to Clinton's impeachment. Another name that pops up in some documents in the case is Edward Kavanaugh, who is the longtime president of the Cosmetic, Toiletry, and Fragrance Association and is the justice's father. Now hold on. Isn't that like a bit of a... If that's the Supreme Court justice's father who is arguing for or against in this case, that sounds to me like a conflict of interest.
Think?
Wait, how is it okay? I hate to say it, bro, but when have they ever been honest? They lied to us natives, and they lied to Africans when they lied to everyone, and most of it they have gotten away with it so far. I mean, sure, totally a conflict of interest. Yeah, I mean, it's I'm gonna need some receipts as to why it isn't, right? This looks like a good channel. Of course it is. Do you see the little kitty cat on the top right? Of course. Thanks for the follow, Custom Costumes. Of course it's a good channel. You've got the little kitty cat, you've got the news. I mean, what better way to start your morning, right?
Yep, and I'm here goofing off in Photoshop.
Although, listen, I will be upfront. Okay, I will be upfront. This is you've happened to walk in to a very special version of this show. Usually we don't get this opportunity to have both of us on screen. Usually it's just myself doing the news in the morning. However, Saturdays we do hang out together. Saturdays we have a chill Saturday where we do hang out. We do get the kitty cats involved. We do play video games, and you know we have a fun time. Not just like the not just the news, but Monday through Thursday we do news and politics. Usually it's just myself because of the work schedule, but today we have both of us. That's right, Saturday.
Right, mother trucker.
Wait, what? How did you get that, KTS? I just noticed that was a cat. I thought it was a camera shot of a turkey baked in an oven. No, that's Bailey the cat. How did you get that?
Oh my goodness.
How did you get that? Hey, spread it forward. What is your co-host Twitch, please? Absolutely, twitch.tv/Canabria. If you want to go ahead and drop that link. Yes, at Canabria. There you go. So if you do exclamation SO at Canabria. Wait. Canibria, Cannibria. Canibria. If you do, oh, it's because I was hungry. It will give you a quick shout out. There you go. Boom. When I look really quick, it looks like the turkey was being baked. I don't know. I'm not too good on the cookings. I can make really good cereal though. I can make really good cereal.
We have the craziest turkey story.
Oh wait. Yes. Okay. So pause, champ. This last Thanksgiving, actually, we were here all four of us. We're having a very, very small, very cozy Thanksgiving, and thanks for the follow. I appreciate that, Mystophile. And it was the four of us. We had an excellent dinner. We even did
it was pretty funny though, like the whole turkey situation.
Yes.
So I was convinced I was gonna hunt and get us a fresh turkey for Thanksgiving. Continue my family tradition. But
As fate would have it.
as fate would have it, the asshole up the hill got all the turkeys before I got any. So they had a great Thanksgiving. And of course, you know, by this point, I went to the grocery store and there were just no turkeys to be had anywhere. And I got the last frozen turkey that the store had. The supermarket. Oh man. And so the package said, told me what to do, and I did what the package said, and about time to, you know, maybe an hour before it should have been ready, and I'm checking it out, and oh shit, it's still frozen inside. I think, let's see, I had all my sides ready, so we ate sides all day, and that damn turkey didn't come out of the oven till what, 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah.
it was a late turkey.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. It was good. That was just like a... We had a small setback, but that's okay because it ended up being pretty good.
But the turkey came out good.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It just came out a lot later than we were.
That's fine. I mean, we had a quite long road trip, so...
And you know what? I mean, I've never cooked a frozen turkey before. But the package, you know... the package said not to defrost it and to just put it in and bake it per the instructions, so I did, and oh man.
I feel like this is like a reoccurring thing. Every time you try to follow a recipe exactly as it is, why do I feel like it always never comes out 100%? Like, I don't know, I feel like that happens a lot because like even when we try to like cook, I mean, I'm not like a cook myself, but I always try to help and try to like, you know, assist in when I can.
He's good at washing dishes.
True. So I don't know, like every time we try to like make an exact recipe, it never comes out exact. Like we just end up winging it anyways because like it never.
Yeah, and I'm not that person. Like, I don't have to have recipes. I've been cooking and baking since I was a small child. I'm one of those people that I can just walk into anybody's kitchen and look in their pantry and, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Y'all are hungry. I'll make this for you. But that turkey, man, oh.
Oof. I mean, it was good. It doesn't matter. It was fine. Like, so what? So what if we had to wait till 10? Bailey. Alright, by law, Kavanaugh has to recuse himself from... Like, I mean, logically, it does make sense. Logically, it does make sense that he would have...
Stuff and
yeah, but I don't know. I don't know anymore.
That's how it works, Carlos.
Yeah, I don't know anymore. Kavanaugh's groups fought efforts to list talc as a carcinogen. Oh, so he's in favor of J&J, or attaching warning labels to talc products. Kavanaugh is retired and the group is now called Personal Care Products Council. Sure. Ethicists contacted by the AP said they haven't seen anything that would warrant the justice having to step aside from the case. But like, how? How would this not be a conflict of interest? I mean, like, unless I'm missing something specifically encoded into like law or how that works. I mean, just from the face of it. I mean, you have the Supreme Court Justice's father listed in court documents as, I assume, I don't know if he filed like some type of amicus brief or if he was involved directly with the case. It's not really specific, or if he was even involved in the group that was defending Johnson & Johnson. It's not very clear, but even if it was not a direct connection, but even if it was an indirect connection, I should say, that still kind of like presents a huge conflict of interest. I don't get why I don't get why he wouldn't. I don't know.
Really?
There's got to be some weird loophole or something, but it just doesn't make any sense. already won justice almost certainly won't take part. Justice Samuel Alito reported last year that he owned 15,000 to 50,000 in J&J stock. Federal law prohibits judges from sitting on cases in which they have financial interest. So that's that. I mean, I don't know. I'm still convinced that this is like
that's a pretty wide gap there, 15 to 50,000.
yeah, not very specific, but at least that guy is recusing himself. The other dude's like he's got his father in some related way involved in this. I don't know. I don't know. It's like, okay, guys, that sounds like a conflict of interest to me.
Haley, I need my mouse to work. Why are you like this?
Can you make homemade gravy? Yes.
Who can't make gravy?
Yes. Is that not what we had?
Yes.
Yes, we had for the Thanksgiving dinner we had homemade gravy, and like I said, it was pretty flippin' awesome. We got the mac and cheese, we got the turkeys, the mashed potatoes, the gravy. Yeah, it was the whole thing.
Broccoli.
Yes.
I don't know. There were so many sides I don't even remember. I went a little freaking crazy. Haley, quit hitting the keyboard. You little asshole.
Keyboard cat.
He's
So
hitting it with his tail, hitting the space bar.
oh, so here we have as Katie has described the
Baked turkey.
yeah, the baked turkey. That's gonna be your nickname.
Like, what did you call me?
That's gonna be it's gonna be your nickname. Baked turkey.
See, he's got his little bed with his mouse.
Yeah, but he wants to sit right there.
He had his head on my mouse. I had to pick it up off the mouse. Quit hitting the space bar. Little baby.
Just make sure you don't pass the appropriate amount of pets.
Yeah, and get killed.
Yeah, before.
Look at that face.
Aww.
Who's his sweet baby? Bailey is.
It depends. It depends. Are you gonna give me the appropriate amount of pets? Because
Are you feeling lucky today?
under petting is a chomp. Over petting is also a chomp. Nah, Bailey's chill right now. And I make sure
Sleep drunk.
to qualify that he's chill right now.
Yes.
Cats rule
That's
true.
human. Keep petting me. This is why you're glad I'm home, Bailey. You just want me to sit here and pet you.
Yep.
Must be nice, Bailey.
Just make sure you don't overdose on pets before
Oh, I'm monitoring the tail flicking situation. Oh,
the tail flicking. Yeah. Yep.
Did I get your itchies, Bailey?
Oh. Bailey. Alright, we've got this article that was sent over on DMs. I think this is probably oh, okay. This was back in April, so we're gonna take just a quick look. So folks, if you guys don't know, there was a unionization vote in this one will just like do a TLDR. I thought for a second there I thought we were gonna have like an update on this, but for the TLDR on this is a case that happened. Amazon workers were trying to unionize. They had a vote, and unfortunately that vote failed. Now they're going to dispute that. They're going to dispute that election because of Amazon's practices. Because of Amazon's practices, they're going to the labor union who's trying to unionize are going to try to fight that, which I hope you know, this gets reviewed, and if it is found that, you know, this election wasn't held properly, that they hold a new one. But I mean, like, the odds were stacked from the beginning. The odds were stacked against the Amazon workers simply because of just how much power like Amazon has. Amazon was relentless in their anti-union videos. Amazon was relentless, so even to the point where they were asking the city to slow down stoplights so that
people would be late.
Yes, and wouldn't have the chance to communicate. Yeah, I'm dead serious. And now we have suspicion of tampering of these of these ballots, right? So we'll see what happens as the investigations or as these things get settled legally. But I mean, from the beginning, I can say that like this was already like very stacked against the workers, and I mean, I'm hoping that they can get to the bottom of this in a fair manner. But it is clear that there's a huge difference between the power of like Amazon just being able to just deploy so much resources wherever they need it in the form of like video, media, printing pamphlets in the bathrooms, influencing city council to slow down the stoplights. I mean, this is just not... Amazon security accessed those boxes before the postal workers when they aren't even legally allowed to access them. Only postal workers are. Yeah, if this comes out and they are tampering with those ballots, and an Amazon security worker touched these ballots, that's grounds for a redo, I think. I think that's grounds for a redo, because like that's like saying in an election that like,
oh no, I ain't fucking with you no more.
That's like saying in an election that like, let's say I don't know, a local election, you've got 2 parties or 3 parties, and then like one party who has the
deadly trap right here.
Yeah, I know. One party has the majority right now. One party is in power, right? And that party decides to be the one like, hey, no, it's all good. We'll collect the ballots. We'll collect the ballots. I mean, like, okay. That's kind of suspect, but okay. Yeah, they may have, or they may or may not have. It doesn't matter. It's not. It breeds that untrust in that union vote, right? How are you supposed to trust that result when the party in power is the one collecting the ballots, or is the one touching the ballots? Like at any point, can you imagine if, like, I don't know, just to give you an example, let's say in Florida, right? In Florida right now, the Republican Party is in power, but we'll just flip it around. Let's say that the Democratic Party is in power and in Florida, and they have an election, and then the Democratic Party says, no, we're gonna collect all the ballots. Trust us. Like, wait, hold on. No. The same being if like the Republican Party in power says, no, we'll collect the ballots, you can trust us. Like, wait, no. That's not how this works. It should be completely independent. No party should be touching any of these ballots, right? The whole point of having the Postal Service take these ballots is because the Postal Service has nothing to do with either the union or either Amazon. That was the whole point of the Postal Service having this box to collect, the collection box, right? So neither party should be the one solely like handling these ballots, because it breeds mistrust, right? Because I mean, whether or not they did anything, it's irrelevant. They touched those ballots. You can't do that. You destroy the integrity of that election the moment you touch those ballots. Or the moment you even an employee is seen opening the mailbox containing those ballots. The moment that happens, integrity is over. Amazon wasn't even allowed to have a drop box on site. Yes, this was another dispute from the beginning when a magical out of nowhere mailbox decided to arrive. That was disputed, but to make it easier for employees to make their voices heard, sure, maybe, but the whole crux of it is like there's no way anybody could have trust in this. If you're the one doing the unionization efforts, there's no way you would have trust that this was done fairly if you know that an Amazon employee had access to this mailbox. I mean, not only that, the mailbox that magically appeared here was surveilled. So I don't know, it's like all of this is like really bad. And they lied to their employees about the deadline for the vote. Yikes. Yeah, so this is tantamount to like voter manipulation, right? That's what this is. I think that from what I can tell, I think that they should do a redo, and they should have a independent party supervise this, right? I mean, like, shouldn't the NLRB have the ability to kind of step in when you're trying to like unionize and your like employer has all of this like effectively all this like power and ability to like kind of push you away from that? I mean, this is unacceptable. This is one of the things that we've mentioned in the past is like the NLRB is effectively toothless. Like there's no yes, there are worker protections and there are worker laws that companies have to follow, but there's no tooth. There's no tooth to them. What are they supposed to do? Like, there's no enforcement of the quote-unquote labor laws. Yeah, I highlighted that part. The NLRB did step in, but Amazon just ignored them. Right, like, then what is the point? They're toothless. There's no serious enforcement power if there's, like, a serious gross violation of, like, I don't know, worker safety or, wage theft or whatever the situation is going on. The NLRB needs to have the enforcement capabilities, but not. They've effectively been toothless. So I feel like we kind of need to bring this up in just passing, because it is horrifying. In South Florida, there was yet another mass shooting, and it was like a back-to-back mass shooting, and the really bad one happened, I think it was like at a club, and 20 people were hurt. Out of those 22, I think, died at this point that we know of. Effectively what happened was three people came out of cars and just started shooting into the crowd of, I believe it was a rap, hip hop, or EDM concert of some sort. Gunmen indiscriminately sprayed bullets into crowds at 2 Miami venues. Okay, so yeah, these are the back-to-back. 2 people have died, 20 others are injured. I mean, this was horrifying. it was out of a banquet hall rented out for a concert. I'm trying to figure out what happened here. 3 people got out of SUVs after midnight and shot into a crowd with assault rifles and handguns. The shootings were targeted. So this seems like some kind of like maybe gang related stuff. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what exactly happens. Yeah, it doesn't mention it anywhere in this article. But I do want to like talk about this because this is like, ooh, yikes. It's like yet another one. I mean, at what point do we kind of like, at what point do we stay like, you know, can we seriously address the issue that's happening here? And it seems like this has been incredibly there's been an incredible spike in terms of like you know, mass shootings, and it needs to be addressed. I think that at this point I suspect that serious talks will be put down in terms of gun control, and approaching this issue has to be done from a fair and effective manner that actually addresses the root of the problems, right? In a fair and effective manner that actually addresses the rules that actually addresses the roots of why we are experiencing this spike, right? If you want to address like crime, then you're gonna have to address the main correlation between crime is, well, poverty, right? So I mean, we can do that. If you want to address like organized crime and like a lot of like gang related incidents, well, I'd say start like working in the criminal justice reform by beginning to decriminalize drugs. I mean, can you imagine like what would happen? A lot of these like organized, you know, organized crime or organized crime, whether it be cartels or gangs or whatever organizations, if you decriminalize and legalize drugs, I mean, you kind of deal a blow to them, right? Where is they going to get the revenue from? I just think that, you know, this senseless violence needs to be addressed, and I feel like if we don't, then this is just going to continue. I mean, like, this is horrifying, you know? Just shooting indiscriminately into crowds. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's like the coronavirus pandemic has kind of like put people in a different headspace over the year. I don't know. In which case, we should invest money into healthcare, and make mental health fall under that. I don't know what exactly is necessarily leading to this spike, but it needs to be addressed, and it keeps happening. And at some point, you know, enough is enough. I'm not necessarily against gun control, depending on what you mean by gun control, as long as it's fair and effective and actually takes care of the root of the problem. You might be able to get me on board. But I also don't want to like devolve this conversation to just say like, oh yeah, we're like everybody's gonna start like you know, having to come in and take your guns, or that, you know, it's kind of just like disrupts the conversation. I think if we just say that all we want to do is just take everyone's guns away, but
Good luck.
Yeah, first of all, good luck. It's not going to happen. Second of all, it doesn't necessarily 100% address the root of the problem. I understand where the arguments are coming from, but I think that some gun restrictions and gun regulations are fine, depending on what you mean by that. And I think that if you are going to deploy gun control, it has to be fair and it has to be effective and get to the actual... It has to do what you say it does, right? If your aim is to stop gun violence, that gun control measure has to be geared towards doing that. For example, maybe people who have been convicted of domestic violence, maybe those people shouldn't be allowed to have a gun. There you go. You know? Because it's known statistically that those that have committed domestic violence, and if they have access to a firearm, that could lead to something bad. So I understand that. That seems to me fair. If you've had a history of, for example, like a red flag law, if you have a history of doing like, I don't know, let's like paranoia schizophrenic, right? Maybe that person shouldn't have access to a gun. I don't think these are overstepping the line. I think these are common sense. I think these would be fine. I think that also for the gun community, I think that we need to stress or inject into the gun community the importance of safety, the importance of storing your firearms properly, the importance of training and knowledge about your firearm. I think that needs to be like really stressed in the gun community. Most gun restrictions are a bit meaningless. They largely don't limit crime and they create new form of crime, like regulating drugs. It doesn't stop crime, it actually creates it. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, depending on what you mean by quote-unquote gun restrictions, there can be arguments for gun restrictions, depending on what you mean. If you mean like, oh yeah, we're just gonna blanket like, eliminate something that doesn't really end up affecting crime, then what are we doing here, right? We want to, whatever it is that we do, actually be A, number one, fair, and B, effective. That's the whole point of laws or legislation, presumably, is to do the things that they're supposedly set out to do. I mean, but there's just so much things that need to happen in terms of this, and I think that there's no argument here that people would be against like trying to address this, right? I mean, like, the senseless violence needs to stop. They need to figure it out. Of course, we have a hard focus on safety and knowledge. Gun geeks are more about lower receiver. Gun geeks know more about the lower receiver now than you know about the 2-ton missile you drive down any town a given street. Well, yeah, I mean, like, I own. So just to be clear, I own firearms. I'm saying that there are people who unfortunately give credence to the arguments of like there are people who give credence, unfortunately, to the argument of like just straight up taking away guns. So my point is, let's all like understand that, first of all, can't ignore the we can't ignore what's happening, and two, we need to find out what exactly the root of the problem is here to stop these things from happening, and three, if we do enact some type of gun restrictions, they must be fair and effective. The criminals will always get them from the black market. I mean, to a degree, that's true. I don't know if it's like the same. I just don't see that everyone just Thanos. I don't know if like just Thanos, if just like Thanos snapping guns away. I don't know. no weapons, no problems. Yeah, maybe in like, I don't know, in a country like, for example, New Zealand, or in a country, for example, like the UK, they don't have that same like type of culture in terms of like us, right? I mean, where are you going to Thanos snap, or like what, 400 and something million guns? Where are you gonna Thanos snap 400 and something billion guns? I don't know. I don't know if like effectively that's going to work in the same way that like, I don't know. Yeah, okay, so yeah, you live in the UK. It's not the same scenario that we have here, right? It's not the same scenario that we have here. The UK has a gun problem. They start giving their police guns again a few years ago. I don't know about that. I mean, I'm gonna claim ignorance on this one. You have a higher murder rate in London. You have a higher murder rate in London than in New York. That doesn't correlate with guns though. Like that has nothing to do. Like murder rate doesn't equal guns good or guns bad. Just Thanos snap, even the police. I mean, hey, if there was a world where legitimately just Thanos snap, and that means everybody, like just doesn't have a gun. I mean,
understand the point of people even saying that.
Yeah, like I mean, it's maybe.
Gee, theoretically, if I could fly.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, the thing is here, that's not how that's gonna, like, it's not feasible, realistically speaking, politically speaking. Yeah, send it to us, by DM. Politically speaking, I don't know how that's gonna happen, right? So I feel like we should, I feel like we should focus on, like, probably the things that we can, push forward. Like for example, pushing forward, making getting people basic necessities met. I think we should be pushing for decriminalization. Yeah, the links here are blocked, so just send it to me or send it to us. I think that pushing for decriminalization of drugs would have an impact on gun violence. I think. Pushing for mental health and stressing like the importance of like safety, storage, and training and stuff like that is just baked into like the gun community. Like for example, when you purchase a firearm, it comes with a lock trigger, a specific lock trigger instead of like the weird lock that it brings. I don't know. Well, you haven't argued against basic facts like Catboy. Wait, what? I'm not arguing against like basic facts. I'm arguing for us to come to the realization that we need to do something. We need to do something. We need to do something, and I think that like moving in that direction is probably better, and will have a and will probably have as a byproduct lower. Yeah, as a byproduct, we would have lower gun incidents, I think. And I think that we should probably like try to focus that. But why restricting weapons works in all Europe, but you say it won't work in the US? Because it's not the same. I mean, like, it's just not the same. It's not the same, I think.
And so y'all think that the cavemen just got along perfectly good and people were just fine?
Yeah, so
nobody killed each other until guns were invented? Is that what I'm understanding from part of
but then the argument
we're getting?
Yeah, but then the argument goes, if people are the problem, if people are the problem, why would you give the problem guns? You see how they can like twist that around, but like at the end of the day, you want to address how we got to that problem, right? How did we arrive to that problem? If it's crime, what causes crime? If it's like if it's mental health, how, like, clearly we need some type of like healthcare system that covers mental health. And we need to destigmatize mental health. If it's yeah, so it just depends. Like, how did we get here? What exactly led to these events? Now, in countries like in some European countries where like it's very difficult to obtain a gun as it is as a baseline, then like, yeah, that might work. But then we, like, you know, have a case of, like, for example, the Swiss, as somebody pointed out, the Swiss have like they all have guns. But
yes, every house in Switzerland has a gun, and they're all trained how to use them.
but yes,
What a concept.
yes, but all of those are, you know, managed, stored, and they're like very, very strict with how that happens. If I'm correct, guns and crime are completely separate. Yeah, that's not true either. You guys never left the USA. Well, to be quite fair, I've been to Costa Rica. The gun ownership crime are completely separate. They do not correlate. The places with the highest rate of gun ownerships in the US have some of the lowest crime rate. Yeah, that doesn't mean that also doesn't mean that just because that doesn't mean that just because everybody has a gun is also correlated with low crime. I think it means that the more rural areas are just generally speaking have lower crime, and the cities, which are more densely populated, have higher crime. I think, like, we have to understand that these also are different, right?
They are different, but they do also tie into each other a little bit. Look at places like Detroit and New York, for example.
Yeah, they have high quote-unquote crime rate because, well, they're cities. Like, Miami has a very high crime rate.
Right, but they also have very strict gun laws there.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you look at the cities, you gotta understand that not every city equally is gonna compare to each other. But yeah, some of the cities in the states that do have more strict gun laws, they do have high violent crime rates. But I think they would still have a high violent crime rate even if they didn't have the strict gun laws there. I don't think that just because one might affect the other a little bit, it's not going to fix anything to just make more laws about that. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair,
those laws aren't helping.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
the laws we need are not getting written.
Right, which is why my point is, like, I'm open to gun control or gun restrictions depending on what you mean by that, and depending on how you write it, and depending on, like, what your intentions are with said restrictions, right? Like, and I get it, Catboy. You know, I've never seen a gun on the street. Well, neither have I. I mean, neither have I. So I don't know. Like, that seems neither here nor there. My point being is, the UK police are not having guns, just special ones. Okay, I mean, yeah, if it just becomes a situation where nobody has guns, but how are you gonna make that happen here? Where
I don't know. Last time my friend was there, which was like a year ago, got some very interesting photos of European police.
Oh yeah, European police absolutely have guns. I think what they mean is, like, they don't have them as, like, you know, like, if you're a regular, like, Bobby, you know, doing your thing, I don't think you have, like, a gun, but they absolutely do have access to firearms for the situations that they need them for, you know? Oh, I think your screen went dark.
Oh shit. I didn't see it that time. It normally
this
makes
is
like
okay to answer. How could we do
something.
to achieve it? I don't know. It would just have to be a thing to achieve. I mean, like, but how do you lower gun? How do you learn? How do you lower? How do you lower these incidents, right? If that's what you want to talk about, I mean, we could discuss all kinds of solutions, and I always come to the same thing. I always come to the same type of conclusions where, like, I feel like if we just like focus on trying to give people a higher quality of life as a baseline, and we talk about this all the time about making sure people have food, housing, education, and healthcare. I think that would like as a byproduct would effectively lower gun violence. I mean, you could start by copying countries that have good working laws. Yeah, I mean, depends on what those are. Removing guns doesn't fix the actual problem. Most gun-related deaths are self-inflicted. The rest are most exclusively connected with handguns, the majority of which are illegal. Yeah, so we make sure that whatever we have as enforcement measures to get illegal guns off the streets, sure. Whatever enforcement actions are needed to make sure like certain people don't have access to guns, mainly like, I don't know, people who've been convicted with domestic violence, things like that. Yeah, so 41% of robbery offenses, 21% of aggravated assaults nationwide. Not sure if these stats are helpful to y'all. Data collected by the FBI shows firearms were used in 68% of murders, 41% of robbery offenses, and 21% of aggravated assaults nationwide. So what you're saying is these are all like crimes, and if you want to handle crime, I would say improve social conditions, and you would see lower robberies. Why would you like?
Wow.
Yeah.
What a concept.
Why would you? And so please, my take is the U.S. natives in Canada need more guns, so please feel free to send them all up here.
I've been around them since I was a small child.
So
I mean.
So my point is, if like these are all like crime like statistics, and like you want to kind of like curb that, why would you need like what are the chances that robberies happen when people's needs are met? What are the chances are if you have people with food, housing, education, and healthcare, it takes away a lot of the incentive to need to do these things. I mean, like a lot of it, like I said, like all these statistics that are pointed out from Memmius are A, valid, absolutely, and B, a crime issue. And if you want to just like solve that, I would say like let's do that.
You don't accidentally shoot yourself. That's
negligence.
That's negligence, my friend. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I mean, like unless there's some wild defect of the gun, a wild defect that like you didn't know about. I mean, the chances of you like, I mean, it's accidental in the sense that you didn't mean to shoot yourself, but the reality is, it's negligence. Yeah, like
not all guns have safeties. Peach pie. Lord.
Yeah, so accidentally you can shoot yourself. Yeah, absolutely. But like the point is, it didn't like. There was a reason why that quote unquote accident happened. So yeah, negligence is in our daily breed. True.
And ultimately, I'm not against Darwinism, so.
No. Yeah, no guns, no shoot. I mean, like, yeah, sure, but I mean, I feel like there'd be a lot less of those if I feel like there's a lot less of those if like I think as a primary you know, incentive or source would be the primary incentive of like, for example, let's say I buy a pistol. That pistol comes with its own specialized trigger lock, and when you get that pistol, they tell you, hey, look, these are the safest ways to store this weapon, and these are the how to use it. These are the things that we need to do as like a baseline, as a just the thing that comes right out of the gate when you want to get a weapon, right? When you get a weapon, it's like the first thing that happens. When's this year's dollar award? Oh my god. Yeah, but you can use that to either... Yeah, sure. I was hoping the guy... Yeah. Like I said, please feel free to send all the guns to us natives up here in Canada. By the way, there's strong laws for knives. I need to show my ID for cutlery last week. Yeah, I mean, like, but that's kind of like... I don't know. At that point, I would argue, like, that's a bit of an overstep, you know? Like,
It is.
at that point, I believe that's an overstep. Just, like, never mind the whole gun thing. Never mind the whole gun thing. I mean, what? Wait, so we're gonna have, you know, we're gonna have, like, like, cutlery sets banned? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like that's kind of like overstep of like the government at that point. When are you going to ban plastic bags because people are using it to kill each other? Well, actually, Peach Pie, in particular with plastic bags, they're not just killing each people, they're killing the planet. So I would argue that that's even a grosser offense, a grosser crime. And I think that plastic,
all humanity.
yeah, plastic bags should be abolished. I think plastic bags should be abolished.
I know. I sure feel great about giving up all my weapons in a country where we have a problem with crazy people.
Well, like it would be different if it just like Thanos snapped, and I include the state in this. If we could just Thanos snap all like guns, that would be different. I don't know, but there's 10 times the amount of people who come up with this here in the US and nobody listens to it. In the UK, you guys ban knives on the national level. Yeah, I know. Gun violence in the US statistics, gun violence is very particular with in terms of like the US. Well, because we have 400 and something million guns. Yeah, that's gonna be a thing. That's gonna be a concern and like a problem. I agree. However, what exactly are we going to do to make sure that this is lessened, and where is this coming from? You know, that's what I would be what I would say. You can melt them and make barbecues. Wait. I suppose. Even in the US, you're more likely to die, not homicide, but a knife or hammer, than die from guns altogether. Yeah, I mean, we could go back and forth on this all day, but the reality is, I own a gun because I got into some trouble 19 years ago, but I keep a machete for protection. Oh, I can't own a gun because I got into some trouble 19 years ago, but I keep a machete for protection. My pocket knives are just for use as a tool. I would not like to die, please. Yeah, neither of us. Neither of us want to die. I don't think. Easy fix, just keep sending those to us natives in Canada and your issues are fixed. True. We've got the entire solution right here. You guys are here. You guys heard it here first. The solution to all this gun problems is just to consolidate them. Just start
send them all to Lasso.
Yeah, just send them all to Lasso to distribute to the indigenous folks in Canada. Well, then I would stay away from those pesky knives, feet, and hammers. Yeah, I don't know, like the whole like gun thing. But like that's what I was trying to avoid. In like, because there's always like the conversation of like, okay, so we should just get rid of all of them. I mean, if you can Thanos snap that and include the government, make the government not have guns, then maybe. But like that's just not feasible in the United States.
Yeah,
it's just not gonna happen.
How that worked out for other people.
Yeah, and furthermore,
to have guns and for them to not. And
right.
Let me know what you think about.
Yeah, and furthermore, like, I feel like the whole gun control conversation. As like I said, I'm not necessarily opposed with gun regulations or gun control. It just depends on like what you mean and how what you mean by that, and what legislation are you going to do, and if is it fair and effective. I mean, like that's basically my parameters as to like how I would address that. I think like I think it's fair to say that it's fair to say that statement, and I think like this always gives me a chance to talk about you know, food, housing, education, and healthcare, right? I mean, I believe that we can have a better society with less violence and even less necessities for guns, in the sense of like protection, because at that point, I mean, like if a lot of people's needs are just simply met, the level of violence and the level of the necessity to have a weapon to protect yourself in that manner becomes less and less. So if you want gun control, if you want the then I would argue we should make it so that people don't feel this way. Hello, and I agree. There we go. Hi, Heat. How's it going?
Heat.
Morning. So I think that like just I think that if we do that, there'll be less incentive for crimes and less incentive for people feeling that necessity, because there's a real there behind all of that, there's a real like great like necessity for like people feeling the need to like own a firearm for protection. There's a difference between like owning a firearm for hunting, which is fine. That I'm not even like there's no disputes even in other countries that's even like a thing. But I think that oh, I love that logo. I just saw it. I just saw it, Bree. That's great. And I think that like it would reduce the necessity for firearms if you just have people's like needs taken care of. Like, I mean, if you really want to talk about that, sure. Yeah, no, I'm not forgetting. I'm just having fun with this conversation. I think it's important. I think it's an interesting conversation. And I think that it's important to have, and it's important to listen to what people have, and it's important to listen to what people say, and see like where we can meet, you know. Happy Memorial Day. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is a special day, folks, so enjoy it. Okay, revel in it, it, because this doesn't happen that often. Okay. Like, this doesn't happen that often, where we get to do the news in the morning with the co-host. Yes, I think it's an important conversation, even when we disagree. Sure. Yeah, exactly. And there's no harm, no foul. Like, I get your point of view, and we're just gonna give you Monday, and we're just gonna give you our point of view and be like, look, I get it. I know that you want this solved, and I don't disagree. We should move in the direction of solving gun violence. Let me try again. Happy Memorial Day. Woo! Oh, Memorial. Oh, okay. So Memorial Day is supposed to be for the military who have fallen in combat, if I'm correct. Not to be confused with like Veterans Day. Memorial Day specifically for those who have fallen. Thank you for the follow, Leopard. I appreciate that. Yes, so that's what Memorial Day is about. In case you didn't know. Okay, long tangent, but we did it. No, I didn't forget that news article we're going after this. Right, for the soldiers who gave their lives. Please wear orange and lower your flags this week, respect of 215 children and their families at former Kamloops Indian Residential School in British Columbia. Oof, I'm gonna post this on the chat so you guys can take a look. And how are we supposed to not speak about guns? Hey, who said we can't talk about guns?
What?
Wait. And how are we supposed not to speak about guns? Yeah, I mean, gun violence, even in places where it's fairly high, is a non-issue. Accidental deaths are far more prolific. take a look, folks. Because, you know, as someone pointed out earlier, you know, Memorial Day is Memorial Day, but also there's other incidents that happened, not just here in the U.S., but across to our neighbors upstairs in British Columbia. Please wear orange and lower your flags this week in respect of 250 children and their families of the former Kamloops Indian Residential School, which is sad. What do I think about this Memorial Day? I think that, like, it's a good opportunity to talk about, I think, like, you know, considering the fact that it is to memorialize, like, the fallen troops, it's also a good opportunity to talk about, like, what are we doing in these, like, forever wars? I mean, why are we keeping adding to the Memorial Day cemeteries, right? Why do we keep adding to that, right?
It's one of the most overwhelming things, or overwhelming moments I ever had. Was being a freshman in high school and going to Washington, D.C. for the first time. And we took a bus over to Arlington. And that's just...
Yeah,
it's completely overwhelming to just stand there, and as far as you can see, these neat little rows.
Right. And it's like it is chilling and overwhelming, I imagine, because, like, why? And he points this out, you know, and Catboy, for you know, for what? You know, was I understand that, like, you know, there was times and wars that we had to fight. There was no if, and, or but about it. We had to fight some of these wars, but, like, is it necessary to continue to adding to the names, adding to the list of names? Is it like is it okay to continue to adding to those, you know, neatly placed out cemeteries? I mean,
I can say that, you know, standing there looking at the Vietnam Memorial wall in DC,
yeah,
and thinking to myself, wow, I'm so glad we have those Nike factories in Vietnam.
I'm so glad we have, like, gee, thanks. I mean, like, again, this isn't like the individual, like, you know, soldiers, because, like, these are individuals, but, like, the people who sent them there, you know, as Michael Brooks said, you know, you be kind to individuals and you be harsh to systems, and you be harsh to institutions. Who sent them there? Who benefited, as you say, like, who benefited by their death? What are we doing? And, you know, I think it would be fun if I also had Indigenous warriors as well, of course, and all the kids who were murdered by government residential schools and things like that. But sadly, we are forgotten, like always. Yeah, no, I made it a point to put that on the chat as well, Lost too, especially in British Columbia. You posted that story, 215 kids. I mean, I would say that the last one we had to fight was WW2. The others while some may have good reasons to fight, were absolutely not needed. To a degree, that's true. I mean, for what? Like Bree was saying, like, but thank God we have a Nike factory. You know, thank God we have a Nike factory in to show for it. You know, thank God we have what do we have to show after 21 years of 20 years in in the Middle East? What do we have to show for it, really, other than more and more names added to each Memorial Day we celebrate, right? And we celebrate.
I'll never forget.
Yeah.
The family that lived across the street from my grandparents when they lived there in Miami. I could not have been very old, probably less than 10 years old, and I remember when their son came home from Afghanistan, and he's in a wheelchair. He's never gonna walk again.
Yeah.
And how many people, like, they don't even get their family member back shouldn't say half the time, but how many people don't even ever see that family member again?
Yeah, and again, what do we have to show for it? What do we have to show for it? And I think nowadays there's no need to start any war. I agree. There's no need to start any wars. They believe there's more as well in the other residential schools. all over Canada. I've heard like different, like, you know who also like points this out? I think like the Surfs also point this out because they're Canadian. That's just horrifying that this is like a thing. I think it's time to deromanticize war. War is nasty, nonsense, and unfair. Yeah, I 100% agree. I agree 100%. It's nasty, nonsense, and oftentimes unfair, and oftentimes like gruesome. I mean, when has humanity? Well, I don't know. I guess certain people are you know, over glorified. Like they feel good about war, but I mean, like, when you actually look at the reality of it, war is horrifying. No matter what, even if you are on the good side of it, it's still horrifying, right? Even if it was necessary, it is still horrifying, right? Even if it was necessary, it's still horrifying. It is the worst thing that can happen in terms of like how like we interact with each other, and how we interact with each other. Going to war is like by far the worst, like one of the most bloody, worst things that can happen. Like we don't. Yeah, it's not good. It shouldn't be glorified, right? Happy Memorial Day. How's it going? So yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and just like over glorify like war and how it was awesome and like all this other stuff. No, it was it's always bad. It's always bad. And again, you know, we shouldn't impugn individuals. We should be critical of you know, institutions and systems that send these young people for senseless wars, especially like the Middle East, which is still a thing 20 years later. Long stream today? Yep, longer than usual stream. We've got a few more to go through. War is always bad, but it can be necessary. I think like under certain very, very, very limited certain circumstances, yes, that is true. That is true. I believe it can be necessary. I believe there can be paths where it might be necessary, but I think that at this point in this day and age, there's really no necessity for war at this point in time, when there are a myriad of diplomatic solutions that can be done, and like there's no need for this saber rattling at this point. Like, I mean, for what? Who are we going to fight? Who are we going to fight? I don't know. We don't need to be glorifying that, and we don't need to be getting ourselves into conflicts, right? In this day and age. I mean, yeah, you can block. Yeah, you can do diplomacy differently. You can do diplomacy differently. I see at this point in time, like, no need to start new conflicts, you know?
Yes, that is true.
And I also will say that, you know, we don't necessarily need to poke our heads everywhere. Also, you know, that's true. I agree. But yeah, so TLDR, war is horrifying. War shouldn't be glorified. And we don't need to do that. That worked very well in North Korea. Yeah. Preemptive strikes are a form of defense. I don't know about that. I reject that. I don't know what that means. So you're preemptively striking somebody and then claiming self-defense? I don't think that's how that works. Preemptive strikes are a form of defense. I mean, no, I don't know. I don't know.
could see that in war, okay, but not in just in general in life, no.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, unless you have, like, intelligence, I guess. Like,
Exactly.
there's an attack imminent. But then again, how many of those have been how many of those have been used as excuses to enter conflicts? We have no, like, business entering. The guy's going to punch you and you punch him first? Wait, how do you know that? Unless he's, like, clearly coming at you in an aggressive manner. Like, wait, you don't, like, attack random people. You attack somebody who's coming after you. That's how that works. Isolating people just isolates them? Well, yeah, then it's no longer a preemptive strike, is it? Then it's no longer a preemptive strike, is it? It's somebody aggressing upon you. That's different. My point being is, a lot of these quote-unquote preemptive strikes have been used as false pretenses to get into conflicts we have no business being. That's my point. But yeah, like, by aggression, well, yeah, by definition, then you're not the one doing a preemptive strike. Anyways, we gotta get through some of these headlines. All comes down to self-defense. Well, that's different. USA has never endured a war into their territory recently. Yeah, I mean, that's my point. We don't need to be starting wars. We don't need to be involved in, like, the Middle East. We don't need to be involved in, like, in all of these, like, conflicts that just for what? For what? So yes, I agree. No one here is going to attack us. I don't feel like there's any threat to us. Why would you go out and start stuff? Why would you go out and start conflicts? All right. Alabama man has hands amputated, sues deputy over too tight handcuffs. Ooh, dude. Yikes. When Giovanni Loyola got out of jail in Birmingham on February, his left wrist was in great pain. His fingertips had turned gray. What? According to federal lawsuit, he went to Christ Health Center where doctors said he would need an operation. It was real painful, said Loyola, who lives in Pinson, just outside Birmingham. It's horrible. I don't wish that pain on anybody. It's just really unexpected and I have no words for it. Yikes. Yikes.
Yep. You gotta scroll down more. Here you go. First, they removed a few fingertips. 4 operations later, doctors had removed his entire hand. Now he's suing a deputy with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department saying he lost his hand from overly tight handcuffs. He alleges he was handcuffed for hours with the circulation in his wrists obstructed. He argues that he asked for help loosening the handcuffs and was ignored by the sheriff's deputies. The suit, filed in federal court in April, claims deputies used excessive force and that his civil rights were violated. Jefferson County Sheriff's Department declined to comment due to pending litigation.
Yikes. So should we stay out of France? To be fair, if you're talking about WW2, we stayed out of it until they attacked us. Just saying. I mean, we were supplying the Allies, and we had, like, closer ties to the Allies, and we were supplying Allied forces, but the reality is we didn't officially enter the war until we were attacked. Officially. I mean, we supplied the USSR, we supplied the British, but the reality is we stayed out of it. We after the fall of France, the United States did not enter into France's defense. Okay.
Damn it, Discord.
Well, no, we entered the war until they were effectively attacked. Right, that's my point. Okay, here we are. Yeah, I made that qualifier officially because we were providing aid. We were providing aid via economic and technology and weaponry. Late in the evening of February of 16 of 2020, Loyola, who is described in his complaint, as a young Hispanic man, was sitting in his mother's trailer in Pinson watching TV when deputies knocked on his door, according to the complaint. According to the report filed by the deputy 6 days later, Deputy Godber, no first name available, and 2 other deputies were dispatched to the trailer park on Pinson Valley Parkway after getting multiple calls reporting gunshots and a report of 2 men fighting outside and unloading or loading large weapons. Loyola, at 25 at the time, said he was not involved in any fighting and there was no fight, although his brothers may have argued outside his mother's trailer. Alright.
Plaintiff was not fighting anyone, had no guns, nor did he hear or see guns that evening, the complaint states. He said he answered the door to the deputies and asked them what was wrong. Deputy Godber, without answering and without asking permission to enter the home, reached inside the doorway, grabbed plaintiff by the wrist, and jerked him outside the home and down the steps, the complaint says.
He said he answered the door to the deputies and asked them what was wrong. Deputy Godber, without answering and without asking permission to enter the home, reached inside the doorway, grabbed plaintiff by the wrist, and jerked him outside the home and down the steps. Yikes! So they just like reached in and just pulled this dude out. No warrant, no nothing. Yikes! They don't even have electricity. Yikes! No, I don't know if that's 100% true. So Iran is not officially at war with Israel. Not really. No, there's no declaration of war between the two nations. What are you talking about? Do you mean that there have been instances where Iran has funded or provided weapons to some individual groups, I should say, that end up attacking? Yes, but that does not mean there's an official war between Iran and Israel. Why would you know? The government is doing electricity cuts since last month. They don't see what happens. Anyways.
Loyola told the officers he had done nothing wrong, and Deputy Godber stated he doesn't know how to be fucking quiet, the complaint alleges. Deputy Godber's report to the magistrate on February 22nd of last year tells a different narrative, reporting that Loyola's speech was slurred and he was being violent.
Wait. Did they contradict themselves?
Yep.
Did they do they like contradict themselves? Because that seems weird. Yikes. So somebody here is not telling the truth. Every time you say deputy, it reminds me of Quagmire. I found a list of power stations there and they have electricity. Yeah, I don't think they don't have that. Yes, plus Israel doing cyber attacks and assassinations on Iranian personnel. Yeah, that's not cool. Yeah, that's not okay. I don't think anybody's gonna deny that. That's not okay. Giovanni Loyola was intoxicated, arguing with family members so loud inside his residence it could be heard from the public roadway. Godber report says Deputy Godber tried to detain Loyola, where he immediately became combative, pushing the deputy. I keep wanting to say Godber away. Loyola then struggled with deputies on the ground and resisted being handcuffed. He sustained some scratches from his face, however he refused medics. It says Godber added that Loyola continued to be belligerent once in handcuffs.
Loyola was arrested for disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace and resisting arrest. Attempts to reach Deputy Godber were unsuccessful. In Loyola's account of the arrest, his repeated pleas for help with adjusting his handcuffs were ignored. Deputy Godber refused even to consider loosening the handcuffs. He kept the handcuffs on plaintiff with the same degree of tightness until he had transported him to the Jefferson County Jail that night, the lawsuit says. Yella King! Wow! Oh, letters are jumping on my head. It kind of hurts.
Send that over to send that over to our DMs or whispers, Catboy. I'm so mad this bus lady wouldn't take my unlimited bus card to pay for someone else. I wasn't even on that bus. Yikes. Dang. Next time he's, yeah, like... Wait. Yeah, massive power outages does not equal they don't have electricity. Illegal Bitcoin mining. So yeah, no, it's not that they don't have electricity, it's just that they have poor infrastructure. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about this, and yeah, you're right. Nobody's gonna dispute that. Okay. Next, they mistreat him at the jail. Yeah, this is cringe. According to Loyola, he was denied medical treatment. Like, again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that, you know, you committed... Okay, like, you committed a crime, right? The police's job is to take you in and you answer in the court of law for those crimes. That is their job. While you're in their custody, their job is to is to detain you and keep you, you know, and stuff like that, and you know, keep you in health. Loyola is
Damn it, Discord.
Loyola is the person who was arrested. So
He
again,
didn't do anything.
yeah, I don't
to be
know.
arrested.
So it is irrelevant what you did. It is irrelevant what this person did, whether or not it's true, because there's already conflicting police reports. So, oh boy, if the cops are contradicting each other, there's no. I think that there's you know, there's definitely something here. But regardless, even if it was true that this guy was fighting the cops and he was being belligerent and drunk and all this other stuff, it doesn't matter, right? Your job is to arrest this person. And then let the court of law decide. Whatever next is not your business. It's not your job. Your job is to grab, you know, the quote-unquote suspected person, because they are innocent until you prove that they did the thing that they did in a court of law. That's the whole point of the justice system. Yeah, and they dropped all charges. That's even worse. How, like, that's even worse, because if they dropped all charges and like, you know, after that, like, horrifying event, and this is, like, what you have to face, Jesus Christ. Whatever they pay him is not going to bring his hand back. Yeah, I mean, like, look what they did. This is not acceptable. This is not acceptable. This is beyond unacceptable, right? Again, your job as the police is to bring that person in and then have that figured out in court, right? This is like, that's your job. Not even acceptable to do to a murderer, right? Everybody is innocent until they're proven guilty, until they're proven, and the state, it is the burden of the state to prove that you did the thing, right? Otherwise, holy crap, you know, that's kind of bad if we just allow indiscriminately people to just be treated this way or just arrested for nothing, right? It doesn't matter if he's guilty, innocent, whatever he did. The police officer's job is not this. It's just to simply get them to jail, and we have a justice system that the state then has the burden of proof is on the state to whether or not he did the thing that he's supposedly allegedly accused of, which it ended up being that he didn't even do any of those things. Yeah, the amount of pain and suffering must be it's horrible. It is terrible, Heat. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you did, allegedly. It's not the state's job. It's not the police officer's job to do this. I mean, whew. Late on the evening of February 16, 2020, Loyola, who was described in his complaint as a young Hispanic man, was sitting in his mother's trailer, Pinson, watching TV. Oh wait, no, I think we went through this. I could have sworn I scrolled down. Okay, let me go back to this.
Oh, you almost had it. Down, Carlos. There.
There?
Yeah. No,
Because I remember
why are
you...
you still going?
Huh? No, down?
Oh my lord. Back.
Oh wait, no.
No, more up. Oh my god.
Yeah, but I thought that it was, I don't know, I'm gonna go all the way down.
No. There, stop.
Okay. Here. Yeah?
Go back to the losing a hand headline.
Okay.
You're making me dizzy.
Alright. Losing a hand. Okay. There we are. Okay, so according to Loyola, he was denied... Oh yeah, that's right. Medical treatment while in jail, where he served added time for outstanding warrants with his Tarrant, Homewood, and Pelham police departments for past traffic violations and failure to appear. Again, it doesn't matter. As soon as I got to the jail, they just left me in there. I guess things could have gone better if I had been treated better. I was just left in the holding cell. Loyola told AL.com that he went to the hospital as soon as he got out of jail. Once there, the doctors told him he would need an operation.
He was found to have a severe problem with blood flow to his left hand. What? Is in need of emergent surgery, the complaint said. That sentence made no sense. Loyola went home from a surgery that removed the tops of 3 of his fingers on March 2nd, but returned to the hospital within several weeks because of severe pain that kept him awake at night. When I first started noticing my fingers turning blue, turning black, it scared me so much. I'd be by myself at home. It really scared me, and I haven't been the same since, he said.
Yikes. Yeah, it doesn't matter, behave, be quiet. It doesn't matter if they have, like, your entire history at the push of a button. Their job still isn't to do this, right? Isn't to treat you, is to provide, you know, medical assistance when needed, and to bring you to jail where you will face the music, whatever it is that you allegedly did. It doesn't matter. That is not within their purview. They could have an entire laundry list. That guy could be an alleged serial murderer. It doesn't matter. You take that person to jail, and that person has to face the music, right? That's the point of the criminal justice system, supposedly. That is the point of why we have these particular steps and why it's divided, right? Why it's divided between the cops, the judges, the prosecutors. This is why we have all of these things in place. In theory, yes, in theory, that's what's supposed to happen. That's not what happened here. Loyola said he endured a 10-month ordeal that involved a total of 4 surgeries. There was different hospitals. He said, visibly struggling to find words. There were a few different sections of the hospital. Some people didn't know what to do for me. They didn't know how to help me, said Loyola, who depended on his hand for manual labor. I mean, like, geez, I can't even imagine. Finally, after
He's screwed.
yeah, finally after several unsuccessful surgeries where Loyola's fingers were removed and a vein was transferred from his leg to his arm, a doctor told Loyola he would need to have his hand amputated. He and his mother said. I mean, like, look at this. Yeah, it is medieval. Like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is horrifying.
According to policing experts who spoke to AL.com, severe handcuffing injuries are uncommon because standard handcuffs have a double locking mechanism that keeps them from continually tightening and causing injury. I think it's extremely rare to see anything so serious as an amputation, said Ken Wallentyne, a use of force consultant who is the chief of the West Jordan Police Department in West Jordan, Utah.
Yeah.
He said double locking handcuffs and doing a pinky test, leaving room the size of a pinky to measure for tightness, are basic safety procedures taught in 101 law enforcement training. Amputations following arrests are not unheard of, however. In 2013, a woman sued after losing her arm in an arrest in Pittsburgh. What?
Yikes. I mean, like, the person is telling you. The person is telling you, hey, this is wrong. Like, I it's hurting. I feel bad. I feel X or feel Y. Like, your job isn't there. I understand that, like, there are certain situations where they may be quote unquote faking it, but that's not your prerogative. You're supposed to render aid or figure out what exactly is wrong with them. And if it's a medical emergency, you need to respond accordingly. I mean, like, it is extremely rare, but the point is, this could have been avoided if the person, if like he was given medical aid when he asked for it, right? When he was saying, this hurts, or like this isn't feeling right. It isn't possible to over tighten handcuffs without you knowing you did so. Yeah, even if they did, that person feels it, and they're telling you. It's possible, but that person is telling you what they feel. That person is telling you, hey, there's something wrong here. There's something wrong with my hand. There's something wrong. I feel bad, or whatever it is. And completely ignored. Because this doesn't just happen, right? This isn't a sudden thing. Right? This isn't a sudden thing. For this to get to that point where you need amputation, this is hours. Okay, so it wasn't just like something that just magically popped up. This is hours. Okay, on top of the fact that there are proper training procedures for handcuffing suspects, right? Clearly, you did not follow a procedure. That's another problem in and of itself. Yeah, exactly. When somebody has a purple balloon-shaped hand and they're screaming in pain for hours, right? So yeah, that's the issue here. Like, this would have been completely avoidable. Wallentyne said proper handcuffs should prevent injury, not cause it. Handcuffing often calms people down because they get the futility. They understand the futility of continuing to arrest. Yeah, again, it doesn't matter. Like, if you're handcuffed, you're under the police's custody. You're under their responsibility. Where William Terrell, Associate Dean of the Arizona State University and a professor of criminal justice, said the amputation of a hand could be evidence that something is wrong in the application of handcuffs. No kidding. No kidding. He said the best practice is for officers to adjust handcuffs as the suspect complains of tightness and the handcuffs appear to be too tight. Yeah.
The officer probably, depending on the department policy, had a duty to check on the tightness of the cuffs because the end result was obviously tragic, he said. Huh? Several months after the amputation, Loyola struggles with basic tasks like tying his shoes or fastening his belt buckle. He said he feels depressed and ashamed that he can no longer be helpful to his family. His mother, Maribel Lopez, said that Loyola used to help out a lot around the house, and now he hardly leaves his room.
Unbelievable. We just see him staying at home in his room, depressed and sad. And he said he doesn't even want to go out to restaurants with us. He said, why? Like, I don't want to go. I'm embarrassed. Loyola said he doesn't know what he can do with his life now, but one thing that still makes him hopeful about the future is his young son. Yeah.
Oh. I can't seem to recover, he said. I still expect to be a lot more better and wiser in the decisions I make to make up for all the sorrows that I've put everybody through and the embarrassment. Oh.
Yeah, so, yeah, they did ruin this guy's life. I think that, you know, there's training that supposedly teaches you to check a suspect's handcuffs, especially if they complain. You can check and see, like, no, it's not tight at all. We can see the pinky test, where I assume that there must be, like this much of space, that they don't get, like, you know, so that this doesn't happen. There's a reason why they have these type of quote-unquote supposed, like, procedures, right? It seems to me like this guy didn't follow them, and it led to this guy being effectively permanently damaged. This guy's yeah, his life is effectively ruined for the sake of somebody who wasn't paying attention, didn't care. Again, the police's job is to get you maimed. Yes, police's job is to, if you're an alleged suspect, is to detain you, and after that, you're under their care, right? The purpose of the criminal justice system is for for them to face the music at the court of law. Ideally, you know, in the court of law. Then the burden is on the state to prove that you did the things that supposedly you said, you know, supposedly you did. This is unacceptable. And at the end of the day, all the charges were dropped anyways. He didn't even do anything. He didn't even do anything. Yeah, and face a right-wing judge. I mean, the point is, like, even then, like, it's up to the jury, right? Even then, it's up to the jury to determine. It's up to the state to provide the evidence to the jury to determine if you did the thing. So, yeah, I don't know. This is horrifying.
That story about the woman in Pittsburgh is horrifying too.
Yeah, I guess you can also plead true. This is horrifying. Okay, so it is getting just close to that time, so we're gonna try to figure out what we can do here. I think that this is important to bring up. We'll see if we have time for this, but I think this is important to bring up. There have been several, so what are we supposed to do? Defund the police? I think that what we need to do, is demand that the police accountability is a priority. Like, there's just no doubt about it. You can't continue to feed platitudes, okay? You can't continue to feed platitudes. And if you want to address like this, you need to do police reform. You need to make sure that that this isn't a thing, right? And every time it happens, there are consequences, right? Every time there's police overstep, even if it's one incident, it doesn't matter. It must be addressed. There must be consequences, and they must be like harsh, right? That's the whole point. If you're going to be a police officer, the idea is that you're held to a higher standard, right? So if you mess up and you destroy the public trust in that manner, then yeah, there should be severe consequences. And in terms of like the quote unquote defund the police, I think that well, maybe take away some of their like military excessive gear. Military excessive gear. I don't think they need that, and rework the way the police are funded, rework the police budget so that they do have training, supervision, and stuff like that, and standards, like you say. So I think we can reorganize priorities and make sure that that's done.
Oh my goodness.
Right? I think that we can agree that right, they're not spending the money into that, right? I fail to see the need for why the police need all this excess military gear. Why not reorganize the police's budget so that they effectively do what they're supposed to do as public servants, right? How about that?
That would be great.
Yeah, so I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. You reorganize the priority, the budget, and reorganize priorities for police departments so that they actually provide the proper stuff. Wait. Hold on. Can anybody in chat point me out the heavily armed cartels that operate in the United States, that operate like in the heartland of the country? Like, please chat. Can somebody point out where these heavily armed cartels exist in the U.S.? Explain to me like where the Thank you. The cartel of Pikachu, I guess. Like, wait, no. Like, hold on. Can somebody? Yeah, there's just no way because of that. That's an excuse. That's an excuse. Listen, if you're at the point where you need a MRAP truck, if you're at the point where you need if you need a armored personnel carrier, then maybe consider that you're in a situation where like the National Guard might need to be involved. If that's the case that you're in, maybe. My brother's a police officer. You know, they're taught to always go for a kill shot. Why not train to them attempt to wound shot first? The problem with that, I think, is that okay. So this is not an endorsement. But I think that the problem is, if they are already, the idea is if they're already deploying the lethal force, is because there's somebody's life in danger, or because their life is in danger at that point. If you're pulling out the lethal weapon, it's because that is the last resort. Your life is in danger, or the public's life is in danger because someone is out there, like, I don't know, about to like commit a mass shooting or something like that, right? At that point, that's why you would allegedly take out that gun. Any other circumstance?
If a gun comes out, it's in self-defense generally.
Right, like supposedly.
That being said, you will never find a class, you will never find an instructor that teaches somebody to try and shoot someone in the leg or the arm. Those things that you've seen in movies, and that's just not realistic. I'm sorry. In those situations where you're deploying a firearm, it's because it got to that point. It's for a reason.
Right, and again, this is not like an endorsement, like, oh yeah, it's good that, you know, like stuff like this happens. But no. The point is that ideally, the whole reason behind them having the firearm is that when it does get deployed, it's because that is the last resort. Somebody's life is in danger, their life is in danger, right? Unfortunately, there are situations where it's actually not. And tragedies happen. It's not excusing that, okay? But I think that to do I don't think it would do this. It would do good. And first and like also you know, it could present other problems. For example, I mean, just realistically speaking, considering like the level of training that cops have, how accurate is it, or how hard is it to effectively hit a hand or a leg? And if you do hit a leg, you could easily hit a femoral artery, and like they're dead within minutes, unless there's like some surgeon, unless there's a surgeon with an operating room standing by in the next 5 minutes, you're dead.
Somebody's 50 feet away from me with a knife, they're not gonna get shot.
Yeah, 50 feet. I mean, clearly we have allegedly we have departmental procedures, supposedly, that are supposed to handle these situations as a cop. Okay, that does not mean you need to like light up every person that you see. No, but the point is, suspect is on you, and you have no other choice. Last resort. I mean, it's either you or a knife. I mean, sorry, but like that's not the same as saying like, oh yeah, we just need to clap every suspect we see. No, absolutely not. There are procedures, and they should be. Every option, ideally, should be exhausted, right? Every option should be exhausted, right? Every person approached by law enforcement, no matter what they think, their job is to do to enforce said law. If you get stopped for speeding and you find out that you have an arrest warrant, your job is to arrest that person, right? That's it. That's it. The threat to law enforcement precedes the threat to the suspect. I'm not sure what that means. Ideally, we understand that we're all people, right? We're all humans. We're all humans, right? Just to be clear, no one's life is above, right? Yeah, if you get he's in the city that you can use GTA codes, GTA G codes. Okay, but Breaking Bad. What is? Wait. I saw a TV show, so therefore, wait, what? What he meant is cops put their safety first. But I feel like, look, I know they're human beings too, but I feel like if they're like a cop, you understand what that means, right? You understand that, like,
You know what their job is, right?
right? So like,
3 words.
yes, protect and serve. It doesn't mean then why are you a cop? If you like, if that mentality is like, and I get it because nobody wants to die, but like your mentality is like me first, then why are you a cop? Yeah, that's also true. You don't need to kill everyone to put your safety first. True. I mean, like, I will say this: some of the UK training, some of the UK cops have pretty good like de-escalation techniques. I think that should be like, I think that should be a thing. I think we could
Why
turn
would
from
we have that here if it actually works?
right. Like, I think we should focus that. I think we should focus that too. I mean, UK cops have like very like good de-escalation training. When you bring guns into the equation, the priority changes. It depends. I mean, it depends. Again, it depends. If you have a firearm and it's a legal firearm, it's a legal firearm. Why would anybody care? If you're somebody who's being chased down because you just shot somebody, that's different. This guy was unarmed and now he doesn't have a hand. Yep. No, I agree. I agree. This is unacceptable. So again, the point being is, I think your camera went off.
Oh. I don't know why it's doing that so much.
I think that the point should be, no one's disputing the fact that we should reorganize priorities. Reorganize our priorities and have like proper protocols and procedures, and eliminate the brutality incidents in as much ways as possible. In as many ways as possible. And every time it does happen, there should be serious consequences. There's a reason we supposedly, the cops are supposed to be held to higher standards. They're public servants. And if they do commit this, if they do these things, they need to have They need to be, there has to be appropriate consequences. Higher standards code for they get a free pass. No, the opposite. I mean the opposite. I mean that they are looked supposedly at a higher, they're supposed to have a higher standard, therefore when they violate that, it's supposed to have severe consequences for violating that public trust. That's what I'm saying. I know what you mean. I'm talking about how it actually works. I mean, sadly, yeah. I mean, we've all seen contradicting police reports. We've seen statements from cops saying, you know, we actually write the report. Yes, clearly. There's no argument from there. No pushback from me. All right, folks. I do want to get through this because this is an important thing that everybody should be paying attention to. This is an opinion piece, but this has been a centerpiece of discourse in many different states, and there is a Supreme Court case about to test Roe versus Wade. So I want people to pay attention to this. Pro-choice abortion advocates are warning ominously that that the Supreme Court is about to overturn landmark Roe versus Wade abortion rights decision. The head of the Center for Reproductive Rights said, with alarm bells are ringing loudly with the threat of overturning Roe, Democratic politicians are raising the same alarms. The Republican-dominated court agreed to review a Mississippi law that bans any abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Lower federal courts have ruled against the law. If the High Court reverses those decisions and upholds the Mississippi statute, it could effectively allow states to overturn Roe protections.
I'll wager and give odds on 2 bets. 1, the High Court conservatives will uphold the Mississippi law while disingenuously rationalizing they are not overturning Roe v. Wade. That'd be a political calculation to minimize the fallout. A solid majority of Americans favor retaining the protections of the 1973 abortion decision, which permits abortions in the earlier stages of pregnancy when most occur. That runs counter to the Mississippi law. Other impediments make it difficult for women to get an abortion before 15 weeks.
So somebody said they, can you maximize this picture for a second? What, this one? These are just the Supreme Court. This is just the Supreme Court. Texas just made all abortions after 6 weeks illegal. Just 3 women out of 5. Hey doc, how's it going? What's your stance on abortion? There are certain thresholds of gestation where you can find it morally dubious to end the process. What are you talking about? It's not up to me. I'm not the one having the baby. This is not up to me. Hey doc, how's it going? Bet you all my channel points, not one of them slept in a ditch. What is this feels? Oh, 6 members, 6 out of 9 are men. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so like, what is this like moralizing argument? What are you talking about? Like, what is this facts over feels? Yeah, exactly. They don't even, in the Texas one, they don't even include exceptions for rape or incest. Like, so up until birth, there should be no penalties for women ending her pregnancy. It's not up to me. And furthermore, you are trying to make this meme argument where women are literally having abortions as the baby's coming out of them. Like, what are you talking about? What exactly are you talking about?
Please, tell me what you think I should be able to do with my body.
Yeah, hey guys.
I'm listening.
Hey guys, we should, can we have the opinion of that woman? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, please tell me, exactly. Yeah, please tell her what she should and should not be able to do with her body. Right. It's a ridiculous it's a ridiculous charged statement made to invoke an emotion. Want a
Hey,
voice
shout
chat?
out Mistopheles. I'm adopted too. So is my sister.
Have a nuanced position? Yeah, nuanced position. You're taking my arguments as far as possible right off the bat. Nah, hard pass. If you want to talk about this, send us a DM. If you want to talk about this, send us a DM. Anyways, so this is like saying all men should be forced into vasectomies, and
Exactly what I think.
yeah, like
And that your female partner should be the one to decide if you can have it reversed and have children.
right, and yeah,
That's
and
what
then
you
make
guys
the
are trying to do to us.
yeah, and then make it the partner, the female who decides to do that, right? Yeah, not my body, not my choice. Yeah, exactly. Or like, I think that it's very simple. If you do not want a child, that's your choice. That's it. At the end of the day, that's it. That's it. All this argument is boiled down to bodily autonomy. Okay? That's what it is. It's bodily autonomy. I want to do whatever it is that I want to do with my body. Tomorrow, I wanted to go into a tattoo shop and get my entire body tattooed, from head to toe. If I wanted to get my body tattooed from head to toe, that is my choice. Nobody, not the government, is going to tell me what I can and cannot do. Specifically the government, right? Specifically the government is never going to tell me what I can and cannot do. Nah, that's a bullshit argument. That's a bullshit argument. I didn't want to have a child to go through what I have. Yeah, I have a irreversible vasectomy because I have disorder that have a high chance of being passed on genetically. I mean, that's your choice. Is that not your choice?
I would like you guys to answer one question for me.
Alright, one question, go.
And it's like a two-pronged question, but it is one question. How many babies can a woman birth in a year?
I'm not too good at math, but 4?
Just one, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right, 9 months. I'm thinking like 3 times 4 equals 12, but no, yeah. 1.3.
So, if you men have sex more than once in a year, what's the limit on how many babies you guys can create?
Technically, every time it happens. The possibility of a child being...
But please, let's make more
right, so the onus...
legislation around the women.
Right, so why should it be on, first of all, the women, and why is there no legislation on men?
That makes absolutely no sense.
Genghis Khan. There's absolutely no...
Sure, you could have a twin. Congratulations. She had 2. Sure, she could have triplets. Congratulations.
Yeah. We're just. I mean, come on.
You're splitting hairs here.
Yeah, you're splitting hairs.
I had triplets. Wow, 3 kids in 1 year. How many can a man make?
Technically, every time it happens. Therefore, why isn't there legislation against men's bodies? Or is that overstepping?
That wouldn't be fair now, would it?
Or
if somebody made laws telling you what you could and couldn't do with your body.
Right. Furthermore, why would, because this literally only happens on the conservative side. Aren't you guys against government overreach? Aren't you guys against government dictating your personal lives? Or does just that go out the window when it comes to like women or others? Huh? The argument is that men can't get pregnant. It doesn't matter. They can produce technically they can get
Right,
other
because
people.
I'm just sitting here, and if I think and wish really hard, I can
Yeah.
just imagine a baby into my womb.
Right. Yeah.
That's how it works.
It requires no other.
There's no male involvement at all.
Yeah. It doesn't require like two to tango. The whole argument is, I want to tell what the woman can and cannot do, and that's it. That's literally the argument. That's literally the argument in this debate, in this quote unquote discourse. The
So
argument.
you want to tell me I can't vote anymore too? Oh no, wait.
That did happen.
We already got that one.
Yeah, just don't take your pill. Yeah, so basically what the point being is, the abortion argument is very simple. I want to control women's bodies, and that's all there is to it when you break it down. Because like, what is the argument? You're pro-life? Really? Are you now? Are you pro-life? What about the woman's life? What about like all these other foster care children who are constantly you know, we have a terrible foster system that's completely underfunded, and it's pretty horrifying. Are you going to take those children in? Do you care about those children? You want complete equity regarding laws between men and women? What are you talking about? Equality under the law? Do you not care about that? So conservatives are completely out of the picture when it comes to this. So you guys don't care about equality under the law. You guys don't care equality under the law, and furthermore, you want to specifically single out a group of people to you're specifically targeting a group of people. Equity is equal outcome. I know what equity means. I'm telling you, I'm asking a question as to why there isn't laws for men. Shouldn't that be equal? Shouldn't that be equal? Considering the fact that...
Go for it.
Yeah, considering the fact that, like, technically, the onus would be, like, on the guy who can produce more children, technically. So, yeah, so why are you trying to specifically single out, like, the woman's body, and why are you specifically singling out her ability to choose? Again, at the end of the day, why are you wanting the government to be involved in this choice?
This is all so ridiculous. There is no necessity, there's no reason for there to be legislation about this in the first place.
Correct. There's
It's absolutely bullshit.
Yeah, there's no
you don't like abortion? Good for you. Don't
have one. Ha! Wow! Amazing. Hold on. Wow! We just did it. Hey guys, we solved the abortion debate. It's over. We can all go home now. We can all go home now.
Wow.
This has become some people make more money. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Those who cannot afford it, you know, aren't able to access the abortions. Women are burdened with the gestation 9 months. It's unequal and unfair, so we should allow those burdened by that process to end life inside them, and that's okay. Well, no, you're making that assumption. You're charging that statement, assuming that what you're talking about is life. Okay? Assuming that the cluster of cells inside them are life. Right? You're charging it. You see how you're moralizing and charging that statement to invoke a feel? To invoke a feelies? I thought you guys were facts over feelies. I forget. I don't know. You guys always flip-flop. If they want to end the process because it's a burden, it's a burden. What are you talking about? Social welfare promotes unwanted children. The lack of social welfare. What's a better term than life? What are you talking about? You're taking this as if they're like literally ripping children, like live children, out of women's bodies. No, you're not being accurate about it. You're being like completely like disconnected from the argument. And at the end of the day, yeah, it is a BS talking point. At the end of the day, it is, do you want to control the woman's body? Yes or no? That's it. Simple question. Do you care? Do you want to control and tell what a woman can or cannot do? Is the egg life? Right? Like, what? Personhood. Yes, a personhood. Like, there's no personhood. There's no personhood in a cluster of cells. So just to be clear, the majority of abortions happen in the first trimester. A cluster of cells. Okay? That's like saying the cells, the sperm and egg are life in and of itself. Wait, no, these are clusters of cells. This is not life. This is not personhood. And furthermore, acknowledging the fact that this fetus has personhood, you are actually upending the personhood of the woman, because now they are no longer woman. They are a birthing pod.
That's right.
So at that point, you're by doing that, by giving a cluster of cells the personhood that they don't have, makes the woman non-person, makes them simply a birthing pod. That's it. That's what you guys want.
By these people's logic, we shouldn't remove tumors either.
Right. I want women not to murder. Okay, so who's talking about murder?
That's the living part of your body. You can't take that out.
Right. Who's talking about murder? Who's talking about murder? Murder implies that there's a person. Is it a pre-person? No, it is not. It is a cluster of cells. Like, biologically speaking, it is a cluster of cells.
Mistopheles, what you got? Let's see. Messages.
Doctors say it's a person from 24 weeks onwards. Who? Wait, who makes that determination? Personhood is a legal concept, not a biological one. Yeah, so if you want to talk about, like, personhood, no. Yeah, it's literally a clump of cells. What is also a clump of cells is cancer, right? And furthermore, the legislation that's being proposed is well before the quote-unquote 24 weeks. So that doesn't even apply. I'd rather listen to Chomp. Well, I'd rather do what I want on stream. I think that life is on the continuum, and it's being more and more of a full person as it approaches actual birth. The more ramifications you get, more. This is all nothing to me. This means nothing. This all legitimately means nothing. So even if we acknowledge, let's just use this concept right here that somebody posted. Doctors say it's a person from 24 weeks. All of these legislations are pre 24 weeks. So this is meaningless. So what you're saying is a clump of cells is a person. It's not true. It's not true. Legally, it's not true. Even biologically, according to Catboy. It doesn't even, like, this argument doesn't make sense. And, like, you're equating a baby with a full person? You know what's a full person? The woman.
This is quite interesting to hear your male opinions on this.
You know what else? You know what else is a person? The woman who's here in the here and now. It's not about life. It's about when one gets a designation of person, which is at birth. Yeah. So it's very simple. Let people choose what they want to do with their bodies, and it's none of your business. Easy peasy. Almost all pro-lifers are also pro-execution, but it's their murder argument is bullshit. Yeah, exactly. Also, the Bible doesn't say abortion is wrong. In fact, the only mention of abortion is the instructions of how to, perform one. A fetus.
Quiet. It definitely is a cluster of cells.
Well, we
need to go back to science class.
Yeah, like wait, what? This is disingenuous babble about life. Yeah, they don't care. Abortion for all. True. Hey Tina, how's it going? Can we reach common ground that no one should be left to do whatever, free to do whatever they want with their 1-year-old? Wait, what? What? Wait. So wait, hold on. We're pivoting. Wait. We're pivoting.
Okay,
hold on.
So now we're not talking about what you can do with the baby while it's in you. Now it's while it's out of you and up to a year old. I'm so lost.
Wait. Wait. So we're backing off that, right? We're backing off the idea that, you know, we shouldn't we shouldn't tell women what they can and cannot do. We're backing off that idea. Now when you want to talk about what actual, like, okay, so these are children that are out and about, but cool. Nice nice pivot. Oof, yikes.
We've been saying that this whole time. Maybe you're not listening, or comprehension may not be all there. I'm not sure what it is. We're talking about what happens with a growing, I don't know, cluster of cells, child, whatever you want to call it, inside of a person's body, not what happens after it's a living, breathing.
Yeah, like, wait, what? This is a completely other thing, and that has been this is a completely other thing. I just want to confirm your stance changes when it's outside of the woman's body. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, what? Wait, yeah, no shit. That is a separate a person capable of being on their own. What?
Like we need that one guy who makes the videos showing easy explanations of things people do where they think they're like really clever.
Yeah. Like, wait.
Go handy right now.
Wait. So yeah, this has absolutely nothing to do with like the actual question of abortion. So TLDR. I mean, I guess this is pretty much covering the entire too much for me? Yeah, that's fine. The mother gets 18 years to decide to do an abortion. Exactly. Yeah. Hey, listen, pro abortion or pro choice people, secretly want the ability to abort a child at 18 years old. Confirmed. You think that zero moral weight at 8.5 months, but full moral weight after birth? Well, 8.5 is viable. What are you talking about? You're making these weird assumptions. Like, guys, can we like focus? When do abortions happen? And is anybody advocating for like just doing these things like indiscriminate? Like, I don't understand here. Like, you're making these like wild accusations. You're making these like wild accusations of like they just want to rip living babies out of people's, like, no, dude. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Lethal when the mother, yeah, exactly, when the woman's life is in danger. Yes, exactly. So you want to deny? Oh, that's so wild to me. That's so wild to me. You just want to deny like women's abilities to like just be a holy shit. Okay, this is like this is very, very frustrating. Some people can be yeah. It's nonsense. The characterization, the caricature that this person is making is as if like is as if they're like ripping live babies out of you out of women's like bodies. I'm not saying any of what you're saying. I'm saying no, yeah you are. No, yeah you are. Like, how about this? How about this? Do you want the government to decide what a woman can and cannot do with her body? Yes or no? Because that's really the crux of the issue. Do you want the government, do you want the government to be the ones establishing what somebody can and cannot do with their body? This is a simple yes or no question. Do you want the government establishing what a woman can and cannot do with their body? Vasectomies for all.
Highly encourage those of you who are against abortion to do your part and go get a vasectomy.
But I think it sucks a lot of more Well, good thing nobody cares about moral leave, because moral is subjective, and you have the ability as a human being to decide what and what is not good for you, or what is and what is not moral. Good thing that the government should have no business dictating that. But I think it sucks a lot morally if you choose to do it late term. But nobody's talking about, like, you okay, hold on. This person is like beyond ridiculous.
I just am at a loss for words on this.
So, out of the late term abortions, only about 1% of them are out of all abortions, 1.3% of them are late term abortions. 91% of them are before the 13 weeks of pregnancy. And out of those, let's see,
Clearly, I'm just an amoral heathen.
1% of those abortions, 1.3% are after 21 weeks. Yeah, so this isn't an issue. This isn't an issue. You can feel bad about it, it's still not your decision to abort. Yeah, you don't have to have one.
That's the great thing about it. If you don't like it, don't have one.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
If you don't want to contribute to anybody having one, snip snip.
Yeah, don't have one. Don't. I just want to define positions as clearly as possible. It's very clear. A woman should have the right to an abortion. That's it. That's it. Case closed. Or just full on. You don't even know what these terms mean. What are you talking about? Can you answer this question? If there's a situation where there is a life-saving necessity to do an abortion, regardless, should that abortion happen, yes or no, where the woman's life is at risk? Regardless of what stage it is, it's irrelevant. The woman's life is at risk. Should that... Yeah, okay, so then... Yeah, okay, and... So, in other words, you do agree that women shouldn't die, so why is your position leading to the ability for women... Why is your position taking away that access? Okay? Taking away that access. So then why do you care about this conversation in the first place if you don't care about taking away access? I already said I think unwanted kids should be brought. I already said I think unwanted kids should be brought into this world? What? I care because it's a legitimate slippery slope morality? Wait. What's slippery slope?
Yeah, because, you know...
What's slippery
we allow
slope?
abortions to be legal, then...
Yeah, then
probably going to make murder legal, too? And
yeah, I mean, wait, what? What is this? What is this
start
nonsense?
killing each other, because, you know...
Like, what is this nonsense?
The only slippery slope we need to worry about is the fact that we're legislating what people can and cannot do medically.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
That's the only slippery slope here. I think this is getting way, way off track.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's the only reason I'm letting this continue the way it has is simply because well, the last articles I had were because of abortion, right? So that's the only reason this like argument is happening. It's not killing a full human. Like you're again, you're saying like these these things are happening every day. We're like, oh my god, they're ripping babies out of people. What are you talking? Like, what does this even mean? Yeah, the life argument necessitates a slippery slope, which is all arguments based on life are bullshit. Yeah, they don't actually care about quote-unquote pro-life. It was never about that. It's all about, I want to tell what the woman can do. I want to tell what the woman can and cannot do with her body. That's it. That's it. I mean, you may feel that way, but, okay. Yeah, like women...
Basically, Memmius, they don't care what happens as long as you go through with the whole process and they make sure you birth that little person.
The only thing, basically, the argument is the only thing a woman should be doing is acting as a birthing pod. That's it. So there's a discrepancy between your bodily autonomy, position, and justifiable action. I don't know what that means. Bodily autonomy is key. That's it. That's it. That's literally it. It's simple. A woman should be able to choose what she can and cannot do with her body. It's up to her. And, that's it. End of story. The government has no business interfering in that. So I'll go over this quickly because, I mean, this conversation is basically what this entire article is about. There's a Texas legislator to pass a quote-unquote trigger bill outlawing abortion if Roe versus Wade is overturned. So they're getting prepared for the possibility that Roe versus Wade might be overturned, and then the individual states would have the ability to choose whether or not to outlaw it. Texas is already preparing this. Already preparing this to be a near complete ban on abortion as soon as if it does happen. And there's not even there's no exceptions for pregnancies as a result of rape or incest, which I imagine Dr. Red Pill would cry about how those are potential human babies or whatever. I mean, pretty sure Texas law can even cover miscarriages. They can arrest people for miscarriages. If that's the case, that's even worse. You don't even know what your position is. If you don't want to,
like it.
If you don't want to, I don't do debates. Okay, the only reason I'm responding to you is because this is relevant to the article that we're talking about. I don't do debates, or I don't do like public spectacles about like this kind of stuff. You're not gonna. Yeah, I don't do exposés. I don't do blood sports. If you want to talk about it, sure, you can. Please
start a stream on your channel.
Yeah, and debate. Like, if you want to talk about it and have a conversation offline, I'm not opposed to that. We both have access. We both can answer. That's not the. I'm not here to expose people or have blood sports debates or have like all this kind of stuff. The reason why I'm responding to you is because these last two articles are something that I feel are important, and you are effectively, in my opinion, proving my point. Here, how about this? If that's what you think, then I believe that morally, men should start paying child support at like 15 weeks. Then men should start paying child support at 15 weeks or 24 weeks or whatever it is that somebody said that they were declared a quote-unquote person. I think that then men should start paying morally child support at 24 weeks, whether or not they stay. Whether or not they stay with the child, doesn't matter. They owe child support at that. And if we're going all the way, I mean, I guess you could do insurance policies. Insurance policies where if the baby has a miscarriage, and I guess since we're talking about personhood and morals, I guess we could collect on life insurance for clusters of cells, I guess. Sure. I mean, like, what does this even mean? But I'm sure that most of these people would be opposed to the idea. Oh, they might be just trolling. It's fine.
I noticed that when they first started commenting.
It's fine. It's just all like relevant. I'm not even opposed to you on the position, so I just want to drill down on normative ethic. What ethic questions do you believe or do you not believe a woman's right? God dang it, Tina. Do you believe in a woman's right to choose? That is the question. That is the ethical question here. What normative ethics? What are you talking? What is this? What is this like fancy, fantastic? I'm sorry, that was funny. What is this fantastic language, like flowering of language? Like, I just want to drill down the normative ethic questions or understanding posts and say, what is the position here that you're not understanding? A woman should have a right to choose. That's it. And if you don't oppose it,
it's not just women. Any individual should have the right to choose.
Yes.
If you come to this channel and you think you are going to hear anything other than the importance of individual rights advocated on any position, you're wrong.
Sure. And like, and again, if we're not opposing, and by definition, there's no opposing sides in this argument. You're just literally spewing stuff to either you're a contrarian if you believe in my position, which means the position of a woman should have a right to choose, and that's it, or simply you don't, because you're making the assumption that I am the opposing side, but you're not opposed to me. They play devil advocate. This guy's why I advocate for cock cages. They play devil's advocate on women's lives for fun. It's a fun thought game for them. Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, then yikes. If you believe that this is just like a thought experiment, yikes. It's just simple. Do you believe women have a right to choose? Yes or no? Whether you believe it or not, you're engaging in normative ethics. Clearly, it would be better and more right to uphold bodily sovereignty over the woman. Declaring it would be better and right and moral to uphold the bodily sovereignty of the woman and her body. Yes. That's it. The woman's bodily sovereignty and autonomy is the crux of it. Yeah, like this guy is like attempting to do like this flowery like pseudo intellectual language. It's kind of cringe. Anyways, the point being is, if you claim that you're not against my position, we're not having an argument. Then you're just memeing, and at that point, yikes. If you think that this is some type of meme. And second of all, yes, that is the only argument. The woman's bodily sovereignty is priority. Period. That is it. It's their choice. It's their body. Axiom my dick. That's it. Jesus Christ. So yeah, the penalty would upgrade it to a first-degree felony with the potential for a life sentence if the fetus dies. Yeah, yikes. So this is to be paid attention to if you live in Texas and in other of these in these states who are passing these legislations one by one in the anticipation, because of this Supreme Court case, in the anticipation that they might just allow the states to choose whatever they want. I highly recommend you guys get familiar with your state representatives, your state senators, your state representatives, your governors, and let them know how you feel about this. And let them know how you feel about this. Felonies are only to strip voting rights away from people. I mean, yeah, I don't think your voting rights should be stripped because you did something. That
is absolutely bullshit.
Right. Like, and the fact that the state can just take away your right to vote because you've messed up once, and there's a lot of felonies that aren't even violent felonies or anything like that. Nothing related to that. and you no longer have your right to vote. I mean, like that is like the fundamental thing about a democracy is your right to vote. It is your vote, and I mean, that's a nice meme. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I agree that like, you know, people should not be stripped of their right to vote. I mean, even Canada, even Canada has like their ability. They have like voting from prison. And in other countries too, they don't take that right away from you, just because you messed up, right? Yeah, and it also makes you a social pariah, which lands you in a poverty trap and continues the vicious cycle, which then the possibility of recidivism continues, and it's a cycle. If we were, yeah, even Florida would be drastically blue if we were all allowed to vote. Yeah, well, I mean, like, it doesn't matter. It's just simple, as simple as this. Florida voted to restore felons' right to vote, and the Republican legislator here denied that. Yeah, it's clear that they backed off their position.
Oh my goodness. Clearly we all didn't ride the same length bus to school. Bailey, you go talk some sense into this man. Or woman.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's definitely a dude.
I just want to be inclusive. Guess there were other pronouns I should have used too, so.
Sorry, I've been trying to be respectful. I'm not sure why anyone's upset. Well, you're making that up. Who? Hey, chat. Chat. Type 1. Chat. Type 1 if you're upset.
Type 2 if you're just annoyed.
Yeah. Type. There we go. Jesus. Has everybody followed, but that's the thing, I'm always upset. Okay, that doesn't count. Anarchists. Oh no, guys.
Oh no, you've been outed, Carlos.
The thing. Oh man, damn. Oh no.
Somebody screenshot it before we get rid of it.
Yeah, screenshot and okay. Oops. Friendly fire.
Aww.
Well, that's okay. Well, that's fine. Their time was up anyways. Where's that other person?
I got him.
Oh, you got him? Oh, maybe we got him at the same time. Yes, my kryptonite is when I'm being called is when I'm being called you know, a name. I mean, 82 is a handsome dude, so I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, but the kryptonite is when I'm called names. Oh no, guys.
Oh, quick, I see his armor cracking.
Oh, just please call me more names. I'll break, I promise. Oh my god.
Good.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Wasn't that from the Avengers too? That's my secret cabin. I'm always angry. Anyways.
Now they're direct messaging us since I
oh
banned
no.
them.
Oh no, do they have nothing else? Wait, what did they say? What did they say?
It says gay. I said thanks with the smiley face.
Oh man,
I'm gonna ask what's for dinner.
what's for dinner?
What's for dinner, baby?
All right, you mess with the troll. You mess with the troll. Okay.
Oh, you and I, the lesbian, have a sexless marriage.
Oh wait, now wait, you're oh my goodness. I love all the piss poor trolling
No,
to end in
no
just to end in
food,
gay.
McDonald's at best.
I don't know. It's just like, it's just what happens. All right, listen, we're here to revel in it. Okay, we're here to revel in it because these people are just, they just have absolutely nothing better to do than come in here and do these
20-piece
kind of
nuggies for me.
20-piece nuggies. And like as if that's gonna do anything in the grand scheme
my
of things.
favorite.
As if
Don't
like,
forget the ketchup.
and as if in the grand scheme of things, you know, I'm like as if in the grand scheme of things, like calling someone a name or a slur, is gonna like, yes, I got them, I owned them. Did you see that? Hey guys, did you see me? Did you see me? I did it. I owned them by saying, like, okay, I mean, whatever. It means absolutely nothing, and in the grand scheme of things, just kind of shows.
What's a rochi?
I don't know what that is.
I have to Google search it. I've never heard this word.
Um,
Oh, aromantic, asexual.
I compliment Brie at keeping her cool. Yeah, no, this is not serious. This person is a pathetic human being who has nothing better to do, than to just go into different chats and, you know, mess around with this. The different streamers to first of all get a reaction, because that's what it is at the end of the day. They want attention, and you know, they didn't get attention, and that's the whole thing. So then they gotta direct message people. Notice me, notice me, notice me. It's okay. Notice me. I never understood that. Like, does any normal person go into other Twitch chats and just like do these random like messages of like, I mean, what is the purpose of that? What exactly are you hoping to gain? And then direct message people. And then direct message people.
So the guy wrote back to me that aromantic and asexual is a mental illness.
Oof.
And I responded, golly gee, thanks for letting me know. Gotta make sure I don't need an abortion, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, and apparently
What an
I wish
idiot.
I would get pregnant for an abortion.
Yeah, whatever. What an idiot.
My response, yep,
Sure.
my favorite pastime.
Yeah, my favorite pastime, right? I mean, yeah, you can't, you honestly, like, now he's messaging bigoted. Which one? Hey, wait a minute. Mestophiles, which one? Which username?
You will never be, if I had to guess. You wish you
okay.
would get pregnant for an abortion, but no man would want you for pregnancy. You will be barren first. I told him, yep, it's my favorite pastime. I don't even know how many I've had anymore.
Yeah, I know. It's not to make sense. You can block them, report them for harassment, because at this point they're just literally going after random viewers, like viewers. Sounds like a Juchi Gang alternate. I mean, possibly. Who knows? Sometimes you can just read a post and move on. Yeah, I don't think I even like read their name or anything like that. I just laughed at them. I'm like, wow, they called me a name. Oh no. Oh, the horror. They called me a name. Or they called both of us different names. Whatever. It could be an alt account. That guy, Juchi Gang has like 10,000 million alt accounts. So yeah, I mean, if they're messaging you guys directly, at that point, just It's one thing if they direct message us. Yeah, it's another thing if they're like spreading, you know, messages across you guys. Just report those people. I already banned them. So just like report those people, because at that point it's, you know, one thing is, yeah, and if it's Juche Gang, report them for ban evasion. So it's one thing to direct message like me a difficult truth. It's one thing to message me because I will have fun till the cows come home, or I will just ban you or block you. I don't care. It depends on what my mood is, how I approach you. Sometimes I'll play, sometimes I'll have some fun, sometimes I'll just block and move on with my life. But you do not message anybody else. If you get banned from this channel and I hear that you're messaging other people, that's cause for reports. So if you guys are getting different messages, just report them. Because it's one thing if they message like us, the streamer, directly, but if they go out and attack like the audience or like different members of the community, that's not okay. That's not okay. That's not okay. So yeah, not okay. That's super not okay. Either way, they're banned from this channel. They're banned from this channel. So yeah, if they're messaging you directly, that's not cool. That's not cool. It's harassment at that point.
Not cool.
Also, if trolls have strong opinions, have your own channel and your own stream. That's a great, yeah, that's a great suggestion. If you have, if you have such opinions, just make your own channel. Like that's the whole point of like having ideas, having like a stream. Yeah, they sent me 2 messages. Yeah, just block them, report them. Anybody who's messaging outside and harassing the community themselves is not okay. Report them, block them, do what you gotta do to protect yourselves. And we do our part by banning them from this channel. That's it. And please let us know. Anybody who's acting in this type of behavior, feel free to reach out to a mod or myself, and we will ban these people, and that's it. Oh, so Twitch has more chat logs to use against them? Yeah, whatever it is that you need to do, please, every time or anytime somebody comes at you that has been banned in this channel and is harassing you after the fact that they got banned, please let us know. We'll take care of it. On that note, it is 1 o'clock, so I do have to get going. This has been monumentally like interesting, and I mean to be quite frank, this is like the glimpse of what you get, right? They just don't send their best, folks. I mean, I get that this is online, but if this is the arguments that are coming, they're not sending their best, folks. Y'all take care, of course. You take care. Yeah, just give them more rope. Yeah. Anyways, Tina.
Oh man.
Tina, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Doc, thank you for hanging out. Alio, thank you for hanging out. Anybody with the little diamond are streamers. So please go check them out. Please go check them out. Yella King with the tier 1 subscription. Thank you. I appreciate all the new follows. You have a good holiday week. Let me go ahead and start the sign off, folks. If you enjoyed the channel, I know this doesn't happen often, but we do have the both of us here today. If you do enjoy the channel, make sure you hit that follow button. Head on over to our YouTube channel, do the like, comment, subscribe, all that awesome stuff. Spread the word everywhere and anywhere that this is the chillest place to be for news and politics. We do Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern time. Today was special. We had both of us here. Normally it's just me, but that's okay. And on Saturdays though, there's Saturday Catterdays where both of us are here. We play video games. We hang out with the kitty cats. We do all the kind of awesome stuff on Saturday Catterdays as a chill stream. So make sure you hang out with us. Check out the Discord. Check out the Discord. Join us, and you want to keep up with the conversation offline, and of course, spread the word far and wide. Anyone to anyone and everyone who wants to hang out with us in the chillest place to be for news and politics, make sure you spread the word out. And we're also going to try to do other fun stuff in the Discord, so keep up with that. As always, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. Not sure what that is.
Watch out for trolls.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. Watch out for trolls.
Billy Discord.
Yeah, right at the last second too. Let's see. Alright, I know where we're gonna go. We're gonna go to Iden Simpson's channel. Alright, so hang tight with us. We're gonna do a sign off. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. Please beware of the trolls and let us know. We're not afraid of dropping the hammers. We're not afraid of that. So please let us know. Stay safe. Take care of each other. We love you all, and we hope to see you guys in the next one.
The next one.
Oh wait, please wait a moment. Wait, what's going on? You okay? No, thank you for hanging out. Wait a moment. What's going on?
What's going on, Mistopheles?
Oh,
Oh,
whoa!
wow.
Wait.
Thank you.
Oh my god. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. Oh man. Thank you.
That's amazing.
Aw,
Thank
yeah.
you so much.
The support from you guys are so, like, it's just awesome. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
I hope to be able to stay home and do this every day
One day.
before too long.
Yes. That really, listen, what a great way to, like, just turn it all around and just and thank you guys for the support. It's unreal. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. So yeah, we can't do this without you. Thank you guys. As always, please stay safe. I appreciate all the support. Take care of each other. Stay away from trolls. And as always, we love you all, and we hope to see you guys in the next stream. See ya. Thank you. Thank you. Hang tight with us, folks. Idan Simpson's great. Idan Simpson's great. They do great interview channels. Great interviews, I should say. So let's go over there. We're heading out in 5, 4, 3,
3, 2,
2, 1.
1.
Here we
See ya.
go.